what is it? Berkeley, yeah, from First to Fifth. So, my concern is being with the Catholic Church, Our Lady of Peace, being a parishioner and a resident from Alpine, I'm concerned about y'all changing the speed limit to 30 because at 20, I see no problem. I don't. And I think, well, okay. So we're coming down, going west, coming to the stop sign on Fifth Street. And when we have church and it's happened to me and people are coming and still at the stop sign, they even cross the stop sign. And we don't know if should we go, on the crosswalk or wait because they kind of rush you through it. Now, if you move it to 30, well, that's gonna give him a little bit more speed. And there's gonna be a little bit more, to me, dangerous. And two, another concern is everybody in Alpine, especially the residents from the south side, we know it's supposed to be 20. And people know, I know, we know, coming out of the VFW, late, you better slow down. And why not? You're gonna give them more speed. So they come out of there, it's not 20 anymore, let's go. If something, we haven't had accidents there, why change it? I mean, what's the hurry? If you're getting late to work, get up earlier. That's what my boss would say when we have to cross the tracks, so why change it? It's not, who's being bothered by it? I don't think we're all used to it, so please consider leaving it like that. I don't see, and I've talked to others and they say they don't have a problem with it being 20. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. City Secretary?
Next up, we have Cynthia Salah, we're commenting on item 12C. And no, would you like to do that one as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Cynthia Salas, Ward 2. I'm gonna comment, I'll piggyback off of what Norma said. Nobody follows the speed limits, nobody. So whether it's 20 or it's 30, nobody's gonna follow it. I mean, I was behind a council member that hit the 20-mile-per-hour speed zone and never slowed down. Okay, so coming up to the stop sign on Fifth, there's no way that you can take off from that stop sign and hit 30 within 30 seconds. So you still have that leeway of trying to get past through the school and the church before you pick up any kind of speed. So just like, I just think that we spend a lot of money on stop signs, speed limit signs. I mean, I don't know if anybody's ever talked to Eddie, but those are not cheap. And we don't follow them. Nobody follows them. So at this point, I think that what you need to do is if you're going to consider anything as far as changing speed limits, you need to start putting a stop sign in every other block. So you don't give them enough time to pick up any type of speed. So that's my 2 cents on that. On item 12C, I think that council should table this till you get your city manager so that he can have an input on this grievance committee. There hasn't been one in a very long time, so another 2-3 weeks is not gonna hurt. So that's something that I would like for you guys to consider. Not taking big actions like this when you've got somebody that's probably getting ready to come on board pretty quick. Thank you.
Gio?
Last up, we have Oscar Coburg's Ward 5, and he did not list what he was commenting on.
I just received a note, mayor, council, and everyone here today. I just want to touch Joffrey on Item 11D. Discuss establishing a policy for the city funding nonprofit. There's 3 items I'm gonna go through right quick. We said I have a few minutes only. As far as establishing a policy for the city funding nonprofit organizations, visiting one of the nonprofit organizations, Alpine Humane Society. I know they're having an event October the 25th, I believe, the Dia de los Quesos. They do a lot for the community, for the animal population, and not charging for everything that they do which is really a blessing for the community and everything that is going on with this. And I was just surprised that the city charged them $550 for just a matter of 3 hours. I would like for you to take that into consideration, a nonprofit organization. I wish that fee would have been waived. And things would be better community-wise on that particular issue for nonprofits or Alpine Humane Society and what they do. The other item I wanted to touch on right quick is there's 2 items in executive session. 2 comments. In 15A, discussing the contract with Texas Disposal Systems. I visited with them a few days ago over a apartment community about, just picking up a sectional sofa that was left by the dumpster, but who knows who. Immediately, they told me that they do not do commercial counts. And I shared with them, I said, well, they pay taxes, and I'm sure a lot of taxes. They pay 4 dumpsters, you can pick up a sectional. So it's something that's, I guess it's not in the contract. Can't pick up a sectional sofa, it's in an apartment community. Something to take into consideration when we work out these contracts with the Gregory's in Austin. Be interesting to know how much money they're getting as well per year, monthly basis. The final item is the discussion of a city manager hiring. I hope that you're not going through SRG once again. Previous city manager, as we all know, had a settlement of $50,000. It still kept on board. I came to a job fair and there was a assistant city manager position open. I was like, wow. And there was ready to outsource and everything else. Salary was $157,500. I trust that you're gonna make the right decision after 21 candidates, 6 candidates, and now 2. And I believe that you will make the right decision for the manager that we can hold accountable at a good salary and to tighten the bolts. Then if anything else doesn't go here and there legally. And I thank you so much for your time.
City Secretary, that concludes.
That concludes public comment.
All right, so we have concluded public comments. We're moving on to public hearings. Once again, if you wish to speak on the public hearing, you'll come to the podium, state your name, your ward. You'll have 3 minutes. Council cannot respond. We're beginning public hearings at 5:41 p.m. City Secretary. Public hearing A, to obtain citizen views and comments regarding the second and final reading of ordinance 2025-09-01, an ordinance establishing a speed limit of 30 miles per hour on Gallego Avenue from South First Street to South Fifth Street pursuant to a traffic and engineering investigation and providing for appropriate signage, providing for the following clauses: finding of fact, and establishment, cumulative, severability, proper notice and meeting, public hearing, and effective date. Is there anyone here to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, I'm closing public hearings at 5:42 p.m. Okay, moving on to public presentations. There are no presentations and recognitions. There are no proclamations. Moving on, City Secretary to community interest items. Each individual on council and yourself will have 1 minute to speak. So if you'd put 1 minute on the clock, I'll begin. All right, I wanted to remind everybody that the Sunshine House has a fundraiser this Saturday evening from 6 to 9 p.m. I want to let everybody know that our zipper and loader are here and that Eddie, our Director of Public Works, is scheduling with Johnny Salcido to start paving in Country Club Estates. And that should begin in about 2 weeks. And there will be more about what we have discussed in the leadership huddle, which includes myself, the judge, the president of Soul Ross and the superintendent of AISD, as well as the breakfast that the city manager, Gio being our interim, and myself had. So that'll come up in executive reports. A lot of new information for you guys about the incinerator and other things. Okay, city manager announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to announce that the city currently has vacancies on the Parks and Recreation Board. This board plays an important role in shaping the future of our parks, green spaces, and recreation opportunities here in Alpine. There are approximately 3 or 4 vacancies, so I do encourage interested residents to apply. Applications can be submitted online at cityofalpine.com/board applications, or you can stop by City Hall to pick up a form.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for mentioning the Sunshine House. A couple other items. Soul Ross Homecoming is this weekend. Another item that I know gets lots of attention is about the railroad bridge, since trucks tend to run into it. There was a meeting that TxDOT had yesterday. And they've done all the procurement for what is called the short-term solution, and that is to put sensors up to track trucks that are higher than 13 feet 7 inches all the way in Marfa, to be able to give them an early warning that says turn around. And if they continue to come on through, there'll be another one on the west side of Alpine, heading towards the east, and on the east side heading west. And those sensors will have flashing lights, and there'll be turnaround points put in. TxDOT's got about $3 million available for funding on that, and they're just in the process of laying that out. So hopefully we'll get that going, and it'll reduce the risks of people running to the doggone bridge because they think they're going to sneak under. Second thing I want to mention is, and Mary may want to explain this, we had a great joint county and commissioners meeting last week. We were talking about night sky and business development. I thought it was terrific. More to come out of that, but I thought that would be good to mention. The last item I want to mention is we've got Army helicopters for emergency response out at the airport. There was a joint meeting between the Army aviation crew who provides medical services, flight operations, the county and the city, looking at a memorandum of understanding that talks about entrance and egress from the airport and where they do their hoist operations, because Blackhawks tend to be a little bit noisy. And so we're trying to be sensitive to that from a citizen standpoint. That memorandum of understanding is in coordination, but I expect it will settle out well, but a good discussion. So getting all the parties together. So I got.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Escobedo.
Just to remind everybody that October is Cancer Awareness Month and also Domestic Violence Month.
Councilmember Lucas.
No, Mayor, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of announcements. The Mexican Consul and Presidio Gamaliel Bustillos Munoz, he came to Alpine last week. And unfortunately, we couldn't meet at the same time, so we talked on the phone. He wants to thank personally that a member of the city council of the Alpine went to represent the city on their Mexican Independence Day and the Consul and Presidio. He was very grateful for that. And then he wants to extend the invitation, especially to the mayor, and to go for the Dia de los Muertos celebration that they're going to have and the Consul and Presidio. So he was very pleased. And just a reminder, everybody, that this Sunday, the 12th is the fall festival in the Catholic Church. So come and support us. It will be food and music and a lot of entertainment. So it will be fun. So everybody's invited.
Thank you. Councilmember Portillo.
Just to let everybody know, voting's coming up again. I know it's a bunch of stuff that we probably don't know a whole lot about, but it's in the paper. I think early voting starts 20th onto the 31st. So, exercise your vote. That's it.
Great, thank you. Thank you. All right, moving on to changes to posted agenda. Council, are there any items to be continued or withdrawn? Seeing none, council, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda for separate discussion? Seeing none, council, are there any action items to be added to the consent agenda? Seeing none. Council, are there any time sensitive items? Okay, seeing none. Okay, there are no time sensitive items. We're moving on to the consent agenda. City Secretary.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight's consent agenda contains two items. Item A, approval of the September 9th, 2025 special meeting minutes. And item B, approval of the September 16th, 2025 regular meeting minutes.
I need a motion.
So moved, Mayor.
I need a second. Okay, let's vote.
Aye.
Aye.
City Secretary, Council voted unanimously to approve the consent agenda as written. Okay, there were no items removed. Moving on to reports and presentations. You'll have a 6-minute time limit. And we do have one report and presentation. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight's report presentation is by the Honorable Judge Elizabeth Lewis and the Court Clerk Melissa Burnbaugh, updating the council on the municipal.
Great, come on up. Thank you guys for being here.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us. We have a very short presentation, basically just to get everyone up to speed. I know this is our first report to present in front of you guys. So if there's anything that we don't touch on tonight, please let us know, and we're more than happy to discuss that during our next presentation. I'll start kind of chronologically. We don't have a lot to present, but I will let you know that the legislature last year required all municipal courts in the state of Texas to adopt a youth diversion plan. Ours went into effect last December. I think that council was briefed on that as soon as we submitted that and adopted it. So that was in effect by January 1st. We don't have a lot of people taking advantage of that to this point, which I think is a good thing. We don't have a lot of juveniles here in Alpine that are in need of that program, but it is in place should someone become in need of that. It really helps them to divert criminal prosecution. Since we are, a criminal court, we do have Class C misdemeanors. It allows them to divert criminal prosecution and interaction with law enforcement and courts should they find themselves in that position. Back in July, we did have our first jury trial here at the city in quite some time. I talked to everyone here in City Hall. I'm not sure when the last jury trial was, but we did pull that one off. It was, I would like to say, seamlessly. It was a good experience for us. I don't know what the jurors would say or the defendant, but it seemed like it went very well. So we were happy with that. And we do have a warrant roundup coming up in November. So we've been running our dockets twice a month. We've recently switched to once a month just to see how that's going to go for everyone that has to appear in court along with staff and law enforcement. But APD was very receptive and I think maybe even excited. I hesitate to say excited, but I think warrant roundup's going to go really well. We're preparing for that. Our court clerk has done a wonderful job in getting the word out about that. She's done some really cool graphics that we're excited about. So those are being pushed out so everybody kind of knows what's coming. But that's basically the update that I have. Aside from that, everything else is going really well. We've had great experience with our court clerk, with the city prosecutor. She's done amazing. So I think, and from where I'm coming from, it's going really well.
Good.
And I know you guys got the numbers in your packet. I'm just gonna run over those right quick. We went back to the beginning of the year just because it is our first report. If there's other figures you guys want, let us know. But the total revenue collected through the court was $65,608.19. Of that, $37,091.93 is kept by the city, and $28,516.26 was remitted to the state. I did pull last year's numbers from the same period, and we're very much on track with what was collected last year. I broke down the numbers of new cases each month and the cases that were disposed. And again, I feel like we're on target for the rate that they were being disposed last year as well. I did break it down at the bottom that 76% of the cases, of the dispositions they paid their fines and costs. And from there, it was, cases that were dismissed after driver safety, deferred dispositions, dismissed for compliance, or dismissed for non-prosecution. And that's really all I have.
Great.
Okay.
Councilmember Portillo,
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez,
No comment. Thank you for your presentation.
Councilmember Ricketts, Councilmember Escobedo,
Oh, y'all are doing a great job. Thank you.
Councilmember Stevens.
Thanks. So that'd be a couple questions. So backlogs picking up. So you're 114 cases behind. What's driving that? How can we help?
We've tossed this around ourselves. We are having difficulty in people showing up to court. Our numbers have kind of dwindled. We have gone back to, and I've talked to Mr. Vino about this too. We're issuing warrants upon the individual's second time to not appear. So I'm signing warrants, we're getting that back underway. And I really think that the warrant roundup is gonna help. I think that once we're publishing that list online and people see their name on Facebook, right? Nobody wants that to happen. I think that they're gonna be more receptive to working their matters out. So we're hoping for some dispositions with that. And then, speaking with Chief Lasoya, they all know the date that we're doing the actual warrant roundup docket. So they will be able to, pull people over and encourage them and assist them into court to help out with that. So I think that's gonna be a big. Yes, sir.
Okay,
I have
thank
a
you,
question.
ladies.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're only doing putting the names on Facebook, not on the newspaper?
So we actually talked about that last week. We did the City Talk radio show, and so I think we're gonna see if we can maybe speak with our interim city manager and Chief Lasoya and see if there's other ways to distribute that list. But I think that the newspaper would be great if that's an option. We haven't explored that yet. And then getting the information out on the radio station as well. Obviously not the list, but it would be helpful, I think, just to get that pushed out as much as possible.
Right, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it, ladies. Thank you. Okay, so now we're moving on to information and discussion items. Item A, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item A is discuss the Skyway Gardens 2 development, including concerns with the water pressure and the feasibility study conducted by Jacob Martin. And this item was being added for the council to discuss the new development and the annexation and its implications for water service. In 2023, the annexation was, or it was 2021, actually. The annexation was approved despite concerns that the city lacks sufficient water pressure. Jacob and Martin did complete a feasibility study and its findings, but the findings weren't incorporated to the budget. With the development now underway, the city must consider the infrastructure upgrades, the annexation terms, and the financial impacts to ensure the service delivery. This discussion will help align council priorities and provide us direction on the budget.
Great. Okay, so Andy, come on up.
You said 30 minutes.
Yes, you did. And just once again, for the YouTube video, go ahead and say who you are and who you're with.
Andy Basilio, Jacob Martin, engineering firm for the city. Mayor, council, it's good to be back after a long delay. I did not have a specific presentation that was already part of the water workshop,
Right,
but a brief summary is to properly serve Skyway Gardens and stay in compliance with TCQ regulations. You need to realign your pressure planes, as we talked about, purchase some and install some gate valves. And then as well as install a dedicated 12-inch water line connect to the east booster pump station. It'd be a dedicated suction line. The estimated total project cost of approximately $900,000.
an estimated time if we were to start, say, tomorrow.
A lot of that would be dependent on your method. So if you go to the, what I'll call the typical design bid build. First of all, you procure an engineering firm. Obviously, we'd love to be selected for that. We'd definitely be interested. Then we go through the design process. We may have to do some surveying. So it would take some time to go through that full typical. Now, if, you know, I'm gonna mention city staff, say for instance, city staff that was had time to do that type of construction, it would go quicker. So if you go to the typical design bid build, probably I would just estimate a year.
Okay.
So I realize that was a long-winded answer, but there's a lot of things that we do in the engineering world. A lot of it depends.
Okay. Councilmember Martinez.
No, I don't have questions. He answered all the questions already.
and
An
one-
hour. Yeah, in the workshop.
Well, I'm
Yes.
glad there's no additional questions.
Yeah, we had a long workshop, that's right. Councilmember Escobedo. Councilmember Portillo,
No, man.
Councilmember Lucas,
Jessica or Ms. Rodriguez, whichever one. And do y'all have ETA on the project's completion date?
and please come up to the podium.
Or
and
phase
do
two?
video.
Because when I was the building official, spoke with Roy last, he said from the time that the ground was broken, he'd be done in about a year, más o menos.
Yes, Jessica Isley, building official, City of Alpine. The last time I spoke with Roy, was a couple weeks ago, and he had said that he is planning to be done by 2026. The early part of 2026.
Like spring,
Spring was March, that's what I thought. So,
My
help
big,
behoove us to, get this ball rolling a couple months ago.
Yeah. Like 6 months ago.
Yep.
Councilmember Escobedo? Oh, I already asked you.
That's okay.
Councilmember Stevens?
Yeah, just from a summary standpoint, so we talked, Andy just done a walk through $900,000. We're talking, design and build. Geo, can we, do you know if we can speed up the process by using them since they've already got a baseline, or do we have to go out and bid for that one?
We would probably have to go out for bid because, the state of Texas requires us to bid anything out over 100,000.
Uh-huh. And how long does that take? 30 days?
Oh, approximately, give or take, maybe a little more. We just have to consider the publication timeframes and just schedule everything accordingly that way. So it'd be like a month and a half, I'd say.
Yeah, one thing just to clarify, that 900,000 was for, total project cost. I don't recall what the engineering estimate was. So,
Okay, so we might be able to find a workaround. We can definitely get to work on it right away. The council did receive a presentation last October regarding the same situation, so we've been aware. It's just, we've had, quite a bit of transition and whatnot. So.
yeah, like I said, I don't have the numbers that are buried somewhere in here. But
Tiny, tiny print.
one, I do have my reading glasses. But one option may be is if you wanted to break up, say, again, not knowing what it is, if it was over 100,000.
It
One
was
option
65,200.
for all. or just
Engineering.
design.
Yeah, 65,100 just for engineering.
So I mean, that might provide us a way for being able to. The thing I, double check with the attorney. Sure. But yes, if we can speed things along that way, I'd say that that's definitely a better option.
Do we want to ask Cynthia now?
Sure, Cynthia.
Sorry, my buttons are being a little bit pokey.
No problem. So I guess the question that we have right now is whether or not we have to go through the procurement process to get an engineering firm to assist us with this project. If I'm not mistaken, the proposed price for the engineering would be $65,000.
Just a clarification, that is only for the design phase.
That's only for the design phase.
In construction phase engineering, so if you had surveying, we estimated that at 19,200. If you had us to do part-time RPR resident project inspections, somebody showing up on site to inspect on behalf of the city, that'd be another 30,700 as an estimate, and then TxDOT permitting as well. So the combined, what I'll call potential Jacob and Martin services would be 126,600. Again, I would definitely consult with your attorney to maybe look at it from a design phase as part one. And then construction phase is separate. But again, I'm not an attorney. And I certainly want to. Yeah, and I'm definitely clarifying as an engineer that I'm not an attorney. But I want to make sure that whatever you do follows your legal representations, recommendations.
So what do you think, Cynthia?
So I know that professional services, such as engineering services, don't fall under the regular procurement processes. The city can do direct hire without going through an RFQ process. But I will be real honest with you, Mayor. If we're talking design build, the rules change. And they get a little bit more complex. And so I'm not exactly sure that we can separate those out if this is a true design build project. If this is just a project of the city, then normally the professional services of an engineer are separate and apart from the actual construction portion of the project.
Yes, so maybe Gio, between you and Mike and Cynthia, you could come back and give us your thoughts and recommendations on how to proceed.
One additional consideration is we have an ongoing contract with the city. Some of our recent work has been by task order. So we have already been selected through previous selection process. It was before I started with Jacob and Martin. And so we've been doing, Gio, I know you and I've talked about, we've had some task orders for lead and copper. We've had task orders for the water system. So there has already been a selection process, but I can't speak of the details of it at this point. So that may also come into factor as well.
Okay,
Yeah, and I think you want to split into design separate from build and support. That way, I think from Cynthia's standpoint, if I understand correctly, that will fulfill the legal requirements to move forward, might buy us some time.
Huh.
We know we're gonna have to go compete the procurement for the bill. There's no question about that. But at least that might help move the process.
okay,
Maybe put that on,
good, thanks.
yeah, the next meeting, that would be great.
Okay, sounds good.
I have a quick question. Since we can't slow down construction and it's possible this isn't gonna be completed by the time the construction's completed, and we already know they're not gonna pass the pressure for water and for occupancy. The city is not going to be able to give them their certificate of occupancy. So what kind of situation are we gonna be put in when we're not gonna be able to allow them to occupy if we don't have the water in place?
Cynthia?
I'm not sure I understand exactly what the concern here is. So we have a project that's ongoing. And the concern is that they're gonna ask for occupancy before water services are available.
Yes.
Hmm. That is that is definitely a problem, right? Because we can't allow occupancy unless, we're able to provide the services. So I think it's gonna just be a matter of timing issue. I don't necessarily know that it's a legal issue per se. It's just a matter of, how are we going to organize this particular project to make it, for lack of a better term, flow so that everything hits its marks.
Okay.
I think we need
Yeah.
to be straight up with Roy. This is,
Uh-huh.
here's where we're at. We got our work to do. He's gonna build on.
Is he in contact with you?
Yeah, I spoke to him about it and I told him I don't really understand the rush on construction when we can't even give him water right now.
Yeah.
And he was convinced that he was promised to have those utilities and it was recorded in a previous meeting apparently that they had. I wasn't a part of the annexation and the proposal for phase 2. I just know that I was also involved with Drew Devaney being the interim utilities director. So I do know the pressure issues we have with Skyway. And that with the TCEQ reporting, we barely passed with just phase 1, so I already know we're not gonna pass with phase 2. And so I know that Roy Mendoza, who did the plan review for Skyway phase 2, had requested a utility review, and I believe Mr. Brucus was the acting building official at the time, and it failed then, so I know for sure we have issues, and I had told Roy that, and he's convinced that he was promised that. With completion of the project, so I just didn't know what to do as far as a occupancy. If we don't have water pressure for TCEQ, they won't pass their plumbing.
Yeah. So you won't be able to give it.
I won't be able to let them
No.
occupy.
So he says he's promised, does he know when? I mean, does he have?
I wasn't a
Can I
part of the
recall?
meeting. I don't know what was necessarily said. We could definitely pull the minutes on that, I'm sure. and
Well, we
see.
did approve, so the developer wanted to annex, the city council was advised at the time that we didn't have adequate water pressure. They decided to annex anyway, and we approved the development agreement with them, so I think it'd be a matter of looking at that agreement and taking a look and seeing what was agreed to.
Yeah, let's do this.
Right. So Mayor and Council, what I will say, because I just heard some words right there that are gonna give me some pause and some concern about having this discussion in open session. The words development agreement, so that implies there could be some contractual obligations and we need to review that development agreement and see what those look like. Potentially we may not want to continue having this discussion out here in open session.
Okay, all right. So let's conclude the discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Thank you for being here. Okay. All right, so we're moving on to information and discussion. Item B, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item B is discuss hiring Government Capital Securities Corporation as the city's municipal advisor. Government Capital Securities Corporation has proposed serving as the city's advisor. This item allows council to consider their assistance with evaluating financing strategies, including options for water projects and other capital improvements. The discussion will set the stage for formal consideration of an engagement agreement should the council wish to go that way. So the agreement is included in your packet, and I do have Drew Whittington from Government Capital online, and he'll be discussing.
Hi, Drew, go ahead.
Good afternoon, good evening, y'all. How we doing today?
Good, how are you?
Fantastic. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. We have a school meeting tonight. So it's I'll have to be there. So I apologize for not being there tonight. But in reality, the whole deal is this is something that we had talked about the last time I was there at the council meeting. And then subsequently talked about the agreement. You have the agreement in front of you. Basically what it says is that you will be your city's financial advisor or municipal advisor. Basically, that's the same terminology. And I don't charge unless there actually is a transaction and we're paid from there. So in other words, there's no money out of pocket. And that's if y'all never do a transaction. So whether it be for the infrastructure that we're talking about, for one of your bigger projects, or fire hydrants, to anything down the road, there's no cost to you unless there is a transaction. So I'm there for you. Number one, it lists my fees on, I believe, the second page. And then number three is a fiduciary duty to the city to put your needs above my own. So I serve at your behest, in other words. And then lastly, it's a 30-day written notice to fire us, no money exchange, because if we're not doing our job, then you don't need us. In other words, we're going to keep earning that. So that's what that agreement is. It automatically renews after every year, unless either party says otherwise.
And I see that your fee from a transaction 0 to 1 million is 15,000, so flat fee.
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm. And so we have that table on page 95, council. And then the different types of funding. Let's see, you have it on page, what would that be for you? It's page 98, council, but for you, that would be page 5. This is a new council since the last time you
Okay,
presented.
great.
Could
Yeah.
you give us just a brief summary of the bottom 3 types of finance?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm going to do it from memory. So I apologize while I'm waiting for my computer to
Well,
load up.
the first one is public property finance contractual
Oh,
obligation.
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
By the way, just so y'all know, I'm using my cell phone for this because by the way, just a complete side note, and this is free of charge. If you drop your phone, not once, but twice, and you break the back glass of your cell phone, it does not work very well.
Oh.
Yeah. And then you decide to break it within the time frame that everybody else is trying to get a cell phone. It's really hard to get a new phone.
Right.
So my phone only stays on when it's charging. And
Oh.
according to AT&T, they're going to send me a phone overnight. Then when I ordered it and got a confirmation, they said, okay, it'll be 3 weeks. I'm like, I'm sorry, that's not overnight. So, I mean, it's overnight from the day before I get it, I guess,
I guess so.
you go from there. So with that
Sorry
being,
about that.
yeah, no, hey, okay, just truth be known is I got the back glass fixed the first time. And then I got it fixed the very next day, 12 hours, not 24, but 12 hours later, I dropped it again and broke the glass, back glass. And my kids were awesome. They go, oh, collectively, they both go, oh. And then my 17-year-old looks at our 14-year-old son and goes, I think it's time that we just walk away. And it was great. She was well done. So anyways, okay, with that being said, I'm gonna move to that. Okay, so that public property finance contractual obligation, that's on the equipment side. So that's what we did with your asphalt zipper and the other item that we were talking about earlier that just got delivered. Those are on the equipment side. So just kind of clarification, there's 2 companies. We have one side that is equipment financing. That's what we just talked about. And the other side is the municipal advisory side. That's my side. And the reason that makes us super unique is the fact that
You're still there.
So.
We can't hear you.
I was miming I thought I could mime and get my conference. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
With that being said, is that equipment financing side, what that basically does, it allows the city to finance equipment, whether it be asphalt zipper like we're talking about now, to a police car, to a backhoe. You can even use water meters for that if you wanted to. The thing about that is it's not bond related. It just goes before city council, approved and reviewed by your city attorney. So that's really what that public property finance is. In other words, you can't do real property. So no water lines, no water sewer. You can't do pumps, things of that nature. So that's what that's for. And then the other few that I would mention is a limited tax note that's on that page. That's a 7-year term, and it's a maxed out at 7 years, approved by city council. That's more on the bond side, if you call it the bond side of the world. And the reason being is it's approved and reviewed by the AG's office. So with that being said, that's what the limited tax note, it's usually for smaller projects, such as you're doing the small water line replacements. Or I did another city where that one. You could technically use that on this new project that we're talking about for the for doing the water systems, that
Which
900,000.
one? Because you cut out, Drew. Which
Oh,
one?
yeah, for the
Lease purchase, tax
the-
anticipation
yeah,
notes?
so the limited tax note you could use for the Skyway project if you wanted to, because that's considered real property. I can't go pick up the lines, right? I can't remove them. So with that being said, that is what the limited tax note, it's one meeting, not a voter referendum, but it is done at a public meeting, put on the agenda. And typically those are smaller transactions. What is a small transaction? You may ask for the new council members. A small transaction for the city of, let's say, Midland or Odessa is a giant transaction for the city of Alpine. Whereas the city of Alpine small transaction would be a giant transaction for, let's say, the city of so anyways, with that being said, that's what a limited tax note is, limited to 7 years or less. And it has the ability to also levy your tax. So you can raise taxes up and down to help pay for it. Any questions on that one?
So we've talked about the limited tax note,
The
could
public-
possibly be for Skyway
Yep.
project if needed.
And then
The public property finance for water meters. Okay, what
Mhm.
about lease purchase and tax anticipation notes and tax and revenue anticipation notes?
Yep. So a lease purchase is more akin to the public property finance. The difference is it takes a lien on the asset, whereas a public property finance does not. It allows you to say, hey, we're just going to pledge future taxes, meaning we're going to have it in our budget to make the payments. So it's kind of an archaic version of the public property. Tax anticipation note, that bottom one, that is for a short-term financing, meaning cash flow issues. Hey, we have a problem with cash flow. We need to borrow money just to help make payments on bills. Typically, we see that when, let's say you have a major water main break and you're like, oh my gosh, we don't want to pull money out of fund balance because that's what we're using to pay for other things. So we'll do a tax anticipation note that's limited to 1 year or less. That's what that one, I would say the last one I would cover for you is that certificate of obligation, which is number 3 from the top. And what that is for any type of project, everything from doing the water lines that we're talking about. I would even say you could do that for your lead copper. You can even do it for your building your new water towers or water tanks. Your lift stations, you can do those for that as well. Because when you're talking about those, you're getting a little bit larger dollar amounts that are needed to facilitate that type of transaction. It can go out 20, 25 years. It does take 2 meetings. The first meeting is to post notice of intent to the public to say, hey, we're intending to actually finance this project through certificates of obligation, not to exceed X dollar amount. And then what that does is the next day, it goes on your website once the city council approves it. And then secondly, it goes in your local newspaper for about 45, 46 days. The very next meeting after that 45 days is done is then you're actually saying to the public, hey, we posted notice of intent that what our plan was, now we're actually doing it. And that second meeting is you're actually issuing the certificates of obligation for that said project. And it can be multiple projects. It's not limited to one. I will say that's what most cities do for larger projects is certificates of obligation. One caveat I would say to that is if you went to that top one, that general obligation bond, that's going out to the voters. Like, let's say Alpine ISD goes out to the school, to the market or to the public to get approval for a bond. That's what a general obligation bond is similar to. The only caveat to that is if your constituents, your voters vote no on a bond, you cannot do a certificate of obligation for that same project for 3 full years. So in other words, it's saying, hey, if the voters said no, you can't go do that same project for 3 years. With that being said, the caveat to all of this would be is in this last legislature, the 89th legislature, there were more bills filed aiming at cities and counties funding mechanisms or funding tools. In other words, it was really limiting what you could do as a city. And I've never seen this many, and I talked to different bond attorneys, talked to different municipalities and other people that have said, we've never seen this many. It was, a lot of bills were really just bad bills, if that makes sense. And with that being said, a lot of them didn't pass, thankfully. I will say that we have about a 2-year, and I mean 2-year reprieve from the next legislature. So if you're having projects that you're looking at doing, just know that it's about a 2-year reprieve before they meet again to then come back. And the last time there was a House Bill 19 is one of the bills that was filed. It was a lower bill number, so meaning of its importance. The lower the number, the more important it is. And it did not get taken, it did kind of got pulled out, thankfully. But what they said in the past is after this legislation convened, or excuse me, finished, they said, hey, we're coming back after that, the next legislation. So I would suspect, and this is Drew's opinion, is that that will be even a lower bill number and there'll be more bills filed that'll be then culminated to one big bill to go after cities and counties funding mechanisms.
And as far as financing, and the city incurring debt, it's recommended to do that every so often for basically our credit score, cities.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I would tell you is no one comes into the city hall complaining that their taxes have gone down. Fairly certain that doesn't happen. I can't say for 100% certain, but for often they don't come in and they say, hey, we're happy that taxes went down. I mean, you lowered my taxes, but they typically are mad that you raised taxes. However, one of the responses, I've done this in multiple city council meetings and county commissioners court for that, is most cities and most counties, you're going to have major projects. The roads, water, sewer, those 3 items are on every single city across the state, and counties for that matter, have issues. And it's not like, hey, we repair it and it's good. No, because they keep getting beat up because you have people driving on them and people coming in. So with that being said, you always want to keep some debt on your books. And the reason being is you're always going to have major projects come along. So if you think of the Dave Ramsey aspect, I'm not knocking Dave Ramsey, it's great for your personal, but for a city, it's not, because you're always going to have major projects. I haven't, in my own house, I haven't really done a wastewater treatment plant very often. My 14-year-old son thinks we do because he just keeps taking this shower for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And one time I was like, you're going to give me all your money to pay for that shower because that's just water we're wasting. That argument didn't go very far. Anyways, with that being said, yes. And then the other half of that is when you go to the market and you're asking to borrow money, and mind you, I'm not a bank. My job is to get the best interest rate for the city. And then subsequently, is to make sure it's done legally. To make sure that, hey, we're giving you the best transaction with the best interest rate that we can get for you. So instead of the best way I describe it is instead of being across the table from y'all, I sit beside you and help you as a fellow team member. So when you go out to the market and you're saying, hey, we're wanting to borrow money to do a certain project, if the market hasn't seen you in a long time, it's almost like you're brand new. And so they kind of have a little bit of hesitancy. Whereas if you issue debt on a regular, I'm not saying all the time, but regularly, they already know you, they know your tax base. So you actually get a better interest rate due to a better rating.
Councilmember Portillo,
Oh, yeah, he answered.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. How long you been working with the city of Alpine?
So we've done it for a while now on the equipment side. But to be transparent, we have not worked with the city as on the bond side because we're not the city's financial advisor. And that's tonight is to hire us as the financial advisor. So I can't give recommendations or advice legally because I'm not the city's financial advisor or municipal advisor. Just by the way, on a side note, we have to take a municipal advisory test that's done by FINRA. And so it's called a municipal advisory license. So that's why we call ourselves municipal advisors. But the nomenclature before this test came out was a financial advisor. So that's why you hear me going back and forth between the two.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lucas. Councilmember Escobedo. Councilmember Stevens.
Unfortunately, for instance, it's gonna come up for a vote, because you can't vote on it tonight.
Right.
So
Can you put it on the next one?
I'll have it on October 21st. I just wanted to get y'all's.
Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, so thank you, Drew.
You all are very welcome. Glad to be there for you.
Okay, great. Thank you, thank you,
Thanks
thank you.
much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Moving on. Okay, so moving on to discussion item C, Councilmember Escobedo.
To discuss concerns with customers receiving link or zero balance water bills. Bills due dates and past due notices regarding the utility billing.
Okay.
So I've had, I've continued to have, people coming up to me and telling me that they've either gotten bills with the same amount for I don't know for how long, and then all of a sudden they get a bill for an outrageous amount. One of the persons was out on Carpenter Edition, another one was a person on Ward 4 with a bill that they paid, and they still got another notice that they had not paid it. They came to the city offices and they said they were gonna take care of it, and it has not gotten taken care of as of to date. Those are true. The other one is that other people have gotten threatened that if they don't pay their bill, because they're questioning the amount that their water is gonna be turned off.
Okay, so are you wanting to call up?
So
our
those are
customer
my
service?
concerns.
Okay, come on up, Carmen, just for the video, please state your name and your department.
Hello, everybody. My name is Carmen Rodriguez and I'm with the utility billing department.
Hi, Carmen.
I'm not too sure about that situation. If you want to give me that business detail and I can look into that account.
Yes.
Regarding the payment side and the disconnects, we do offer, and this is everybody across. We ask that they pay at least half of their bill, whether it's really high or really low, to remove them from the disconnect list. We do send out the past due notices the day after the bill is due. And a lot of customers do take it as a threat. It just says your bill is past due, you have to so-and-so date to make a payment. If your service is being disconnected, you'll get a $70 charge. Actually, it's whether you get disconnected or not.
So I'm just curious, is there even a payment plan for them to try and lower their bill, or I don't know?
Yeah, absolutely. When they question them, we try to start with a special read to make sure that there wasn't a mistake on the meter being read or they went to the wrong meter. After that, we do issue a meter test if they like. We ask them if they want to be present. They're more than welcome to say yes or no. And then we contact them, if they give us their info, to let them know the results of that meter test. And then if it's faulty, we go ahead with a adjustment. And if it's right, we can offer them assistance with the payment plans or sending them to the Big Bend Community Action. I'm not sure if they changed the name. So it's what the Big Bend Community Action used to be at, and they've assisted a lot of our customers.
And I will give you the names.
Absolutely.
Okay, any other comments, council?
Are there actually bills with zero amount?
We did.
I won't complain if I get zero.
Last time that I was here
So
with
it's
you guys,
double the next month.
we did have the e-bills go out with the zero balance. And we know how long our current software company took to fix that. I haven't had any issues with that specifically. We did encounter another issue before they got our second round of data, where we did have some of our ACH customers on the gas side. Their payment that got duplicated, I'm sorry, on our system, but they were only debited once. So we did contact our future software company, let them know about the issue. It did unfortunately transfer on, but we're gonna be able to reverse that and correct it before we go live.
Eventually, all these problems will be resolved with a new system, right?
Yes, so no more zero bills going out there. This duplicate issue that's been going on for forever should be a past issue and no longer be revisited. So we can't wait to move on and get this over with.
When do you estimate we'll be live?
So we did have a couple of setbacks. Like I said, our data wasn't the best with the second round. We met yesterday. We had Randy, Miss Vicky, Mike. We had Lovina and Lupita as well during the meeting. So we have 2 reports. We gotta make sure, double check the open balances match up with what we currently have. Once we have that result, we'll do data catch up and then we'll go live. So I hope it'll be this week. If not the latest, it'll be Tuesday, since we'll be closed on the.
Okay.
Thank you, Carmen.
Anything else? Councilmember Stevens?
Credit cards, how we doing?
So actually, Gio asked me this question today. We have that signed contract. We're waiting on the machines to arrive. And then they're finalizing their stuff on their end of how that process is gonna work. So we should be able to take credit cards the moment we go live.
Possibly this week.
Either on Tuesday or maybe later this week.
So like soon,
Yes.
excellent,
We're almost there.
excellent, well done.
Good deal. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Okay, so moving on to discussion and information item D. So discuss establishing a policy for the city funding nonprofit organizations. So as we know, we've had a lot of requests for money from the library to the Family Crisis Center, various organizations. We've had people come and speak. And we just this week received an email from somebody that wants to ask us for another $4,000, and she has to be put on the agenda. So we'll hear from her before long. And we've discussed this as a council, how we think we need a policy so that we can fairly distribute any funding, but something that doesn't tie us down, because some years we just may not have the revenue that we're expecting. And so in the city council packet, if you'll look at page 100, hopefully you guys have had time to go through this. This was something that we received in January of 2025, a possible form that we could use, a packet that would go out to those that are requesting funding. One of them on page 104, I think that we really need to look at to see if everything that we have funded actually fits within that. We had somebody comment about the Alpine Humane Society, and with those 6 criteria, I'm not sure that that fits in. We've had the Sunshine House also asking for funding. Family Crisis Center, I'm not sure if that's just lower incomes or if they service everybody who's in need. So I don't know, we may need to do some adjustment on that if you guys like this. And does the library fit in that criteria, or is that something we just normally fund and wouldn't fall under needing to fill out an application for this? Then on page 4, if we make adjustments, we would need to make adjustments on page 105, sorry, 105. And then on page 106, we would have to decide as a council, it says applicants must have served at least blank Alpine residents. So we would need to fill that in. How many do they need to serve? So this is a document that if you like this version that we would need to work on. And then of course, page 110, the application, based on what we decide on the 6 criteria, we would need to, if we made changes there, we make changes at that particular location. Councilmember Escobedo.
I do think that we need to look carefully at the criteria. I do feel that there are some nonprofit organizations that would fit this criteria. The Sunday Center that Paul would be one of them that I feel would definitely fit into something like this, but we need to look at this. You know, while other ones, you know, may not serve the purpose.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, it would be good to update it on this. I know we're in a really rough time, everybody. The economy is not good for nobody in the city, not the section. I think many non-profit organizations that city have been helped before. They just got so used to that the city will provide, and every year they ask for more and more and more. So I think we need to balance instead of give it for example, 50,000 to one nonprofit organization. See if we can divide 5 to help more on nonprofit organizations. So we definitely need to review all this and see the materials, because there are some good organizations who are helping the community and people don't know about it. So I'm looking forward so we can check all these with the help.
Yeah, and then we might even want to put in on the application, because Councilmember Stevens brought this up. What other organizations have they asked money from? Did they go to the county?
Right.
If they fall under the hospital district, did they ask the hospital district? Who else have they asked? They're coming to the city, but have they asked anyone else?
Or grants, are they applying for grants?
Yeah, and what grants are they applying for? So that might be something that we would want to put on the application. And in this, the application project, let's see, review and evaluation, it says applications will be reviewed by the Alpine City Council during a designated community services grant program workshop. So you have to think about, is that how we want to do it? Council members with affiliations, of course, would have to recuse themselves, and then what the applications are based on. Councilmember Portillo?
No, I was gonna ask what Rick was talking about, you know, what other organization, who else, what other counties? We touched up on all this the last time we talked about it, and why are we the only ones funding, you know, this organization, and they're helping out this county, this county, this county, you know? I was asking for help from them also, so I'm with you 100%.
Councilmember Lucas?
Yeah, that's one thing that I'm glad that you did hit on. I missed that workshop that was a question. It's like, why are we the only ones giving money when you're helping out more than just this community and this county, and the other counties are pitching in? So definitely would like that in there. And then I think, Jew, if we could get a list of everybody that we're giving money to and kind of what criteria they would fit under, so we can check that or compare it to what we have under 1.1. Because I see that it does state that we can have special consideration, which is good. But I'd like it to just be really black and white, so there's really not a whole lot of special consideration that has to be made, except for where it's needed and not for every given application. No, I had one more. I should have wrote it down as you remember. I'm sorry. I
Okay.
forgot.
We
If I
can go back to
remember, I'll
you if
get
you want
back
to
with
keep.
you. Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens?
Thanks, Billy. I think we're all aligned. We want to do something. Our challenge is, this one's gonna be really hard.
Yeah.
There's never enough money. There's
Nope.
always requirements to go fulfill. And I like, Rob, your comment. We ought to take a look at all those we're funding now and where would they fit?
Mhm.
Because I look at, I just kind of made the list of who we're funding right now. They don't fit, and that's one, and we're not funding any veterans organizations, so excuse me, I'm not sure what's next. This may be a special workshop, because I don't think we're gonna work our way through now.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, my question is, what's kind of our next step to get there?
Probably to
My
get this-
my question is,
get this
did
clear.
you write these when you were in the council, or who write all these,
Previous city manager provided it, and I think the city attorney would like.
Oh,
to-
okay, Cynthia, go ahead.
Right, so having looked at the packet, there are a couple of key things that you all are going to need to include as part of your policy. You all can decide what the public purpose is for the spending of the dollars, and so that falls, entirely to y'all to figure out, how y'all want to divvy up the funds and to whom. But what this is missing is you need some form of a performance agreement, and it doesn't have to be anything, real crazy. It is just an agreement that says, we're accepting this money from the city for X purpose. We'll only use that for X purpose. And then the second part of that is the city has to be able to control that money and track what happens with that money. So that performance agreement should have, and you will be required to appear, one time a year, twice a year, whatever the council decides, to give us a report as to what and how, what has occurred with those fundings, right? We want to be able to control that and see that it is actually being spent for the public purpose that you all designated it for. And so, once y'all get the policy piece worked out, we can put together, a performance agreement that y'all can just kind of plug in, all the particular pieces. But, in order to meet that public purpose doctrine and that test is you've got to show that the city is getting, its bang for its buck, and keeping control of those funds, right? Because this is in essence, a donation to a, or the lending of the city's, credit and funds to a private organization. It's not prohibited, but it has to be tracked. Right, and so you establish that policy, then establish what your performance agreement will be and what the requirements will be in there. So y'all are definitely on the right track, just keep that in mind as we move forward through the process.
Okay.
So what do y'all think about maybe doing a workshop at the beginning of the year? That way we can leave November open for follow-up.
Yeah.
Wastewater and water workshops, just in case we need them.
Yeah.
And then obviously December is gonna be always funky when it comes to government. And so maybe January, February.
Yep, that work. Lines up with the budget process and everything else.
Yes, we got a little time to work with it.
Yeah, so we have a meeting January 6th, January 20th. We could put it somewhere on the 20th. Do you want to tentatively list us for that on the 20th of January?
Sure, or 4 p.m.
Yes. And we'll call it, Community Service Grant Program, I guess.
do you have a date for nonprofit organizations to apply for it? Do you have a window?
This is just really
Yeah.
providing what we have, which y'all reviewed in January, and seeing, where we want to go going forward. That would all be part of the process once we implement the policy, we set like a schedule and see what that looks like.
I know, because I know the HAP funds they have from this day to this day for people to apply for HAP funds. I didn't know it for the nonprofit, it was the same,
I think they had it in here, didn't they?
the window.
Well, it says timeline, that's for us to fill in, applications available, application
Right.
deadline,
And all that should be figured out. I'd like
yeah, at that workshop.
all of that to be present when we start going over the budget instead of
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, we forgot to get with y'all, and it's like,
We've been trying to actively make these processes earlier in the year,
Yeah.
so we could have time to prepare the budget.
Right,
So we shifted the hot fund process earlier this year as an example. of
to
trying-
what is it now?
So it used to occur in we do May, like we open applications in May, and this year we opened them in March, I believe.
And with this, it may be as simple as just mirroring that.
Yep, I think so.
I
No
think that'd be
reinvent the
great.
wheel.
All right, great. Okay, thank you, Gio, for listening next. And we're gonna move on to discussion item E. Okay, so this is discuss a letter of support for the Alpine ISD School District's $2 million grant application to the Moody Foundation aimed at enhancing early childhood education opportunities in Alpine and the surrounding region, and discuss potential amendments to the City Council Rules of Procedure ordinance to expressly authorize the mayor to sign letters of support that do not obligate city funds and that promote collaboration with community partners. So as you know, this council's been extremely focused on developing our partner relationships with AISD, with Sewell Ross, and with the county. So what happened is there was a emergency for AISD. They got an invite, a personal invite to apply for this grant, and they had a 3-day turnaround. So they contacted us on Wednesday. They needed the letter by Friday. There was no time to come to council, so Gio went to Cynthia to find out if we could go ahead, because it didn't obligate the city for any funds or any manpower or anything. It was just a letter of support on how we felt that it would affect our community and the children of this community. And Cynthia said that we could go ahead and sign it. But Gio and I discussed it, and we wanted to put it on here so that we could discuss it with you guys in our City Council Rules of Procedures, which I believe Gio is working on at this time. We thought that we would put a sentence in there that says, as long as it does not obligate funds and possibly manpower, then the mayor would have the power to go ahead and sign these letters in the event that there's a short turnaround like that. Because if we had brought it to City Council, they wouldn't have received their letter of support from us. There just wasn't enough time with the deadlines for information that needs to be submitted, and then waiting for the second Tuesday. So I just want to get your feedback on what you guys think about that. Councilmember Portillo,
I'm good with
Councilmember Martinez.
I think it's a great idea. The longest is not money involved, you know, so you can resolve and take the decisions. Just notify the council by email. We have to do this and that, and so we will have that information, and you can sign it and move on. I agree.
Councilmember Lucas,
Be good with it.
Councilmember Escobedo, Councilmember Stevens.
I'm good with it. The one thing I would think is, of course, you gotta sign it, and then we put on the next city council meeting consent agenda approval. It's done. That way it's documented.
Yeah.
Everything's covered. I think that's just the simplest way to work it.
Yeah, that's.
Okay. And could you put that in the rules of procedure?
Yes.
Gio?
Simple thing to do. On another government I sit on, the travel side, that's exactly what we do.
Okay.
Chairman authority.
Okay, great. And what else do we just wait for you to?
Well, that's it tomorrow. I already sent a first draft to you all by email, but I'll amend that tomorrow, and then under our ordinance policy, I'll send it to you and city attorney for 2 weeks, and then
Okay,
it'll be scheduled for consideration in November and for signature.
okay, great. Thank you. Okay, and the last discussion item F. Councilmember Stevens.
Thanks, Mayor. We had the vote on the fiscal year budget for 2025-2026. I was the lone dissenter. My reason for being the lone dissenter wasn't to say no. My issue was we have a budget this last year, $17.2 million. And we approved $7 million for this year. My concern was, and I included in the packet, we got a lot of stuff we need to go do. And we don't have to look too far past our workshop today. When I do the simple calculations, you're gonna see me come forward with probably a recommendation at the next meeting that we allocate an additional $1.2 million to support our water activities. Because of what we talked about for Lake Gia, knowing that Mike's also gonna need a head to go work the lead and copper, knowing that we gotta go spend some money on the clay valves for a Pierce tank, and knowing that we've got
The booster pump.
the booster pump to go figure out. It's gonna be, I guess, about $1.2 million. Our challenge as a city council is we have to figure out how we allocate critical resources. Victoria and Geo working their tailbones off to figure out what our fund balance really is. When we approved the budget, we knew it was $3.4 million. And we allocated $1.4 million against that, leaving us $2 million. My sense is we're at a point where our water business, which is what it is, doesn't cover its cost. Our wastewater treatment plant does not cover its costs. And so we are eating into the businesses that bring us the cash to give us resources to go to work. I hope when Vicky gets the budget cleared out for this last year, we're gonna increase the fund balance. In my mind, that would be music to our ears. But I think we as council need to be thinking about, and that's why I kind of put the list. We know we gotta work clarifier number 2. We're gonna talk about that, next meeting. I just talked about the $1.2 million for the water stuff, but on top of that, we know we're gonna want to put in electronic water meters. And our number's gonna be over $1 million to go do that. We know we got line replacements to go work. We know we're gonna have to do more on the gas meter side. We know we have $10 million over 5 years to cover on the capital improvement plan. We just had a great discussion with Drew relative to Government Capital Services Corporation about potential debt options. But as we think about our role on council, how do we allocate critical resources? How do we allocate, which includes our fund balance? And I think the choices we're gonna run into before too long is we're gonna have to increase debt, which says borrow money, which says that takes money out of resources we can put to pay interest. We're gonna have to increase our water, sewer, or gas rates, or we're gonna have to increase our taxes. None of which are palatable. And so my reason for bringing it up, these are hard decisions we as a council have to make. We've got more work to go do this year. And I would just like us to think about, as we go forward, how we manage our fund balance, which is to me one of the most critical resources we have. And the reason I voted against the budget was we allocated $1.4 million. And my simple math was 17.2 last year minus 1.7 for the wastewater treatment plant says our baseline should have been 15.5. I had on $300,000 for employee raises. It's one of our core elements. $300,000 for the gas meter. If it had been 16.2, I would have said, hallelujah, I'm there. So I think we allocated almost $1 million more than we should have. It's not intended to be a issue amongst us. I just want to put on the table, we're going to have great discussions going forward. I just want to kind of set the stage. So that's why I put this on the agenda. It's a tough issue. We got to work it together.
It is, yeah, because we're losing money.
Yep.
With the water, if you think of it, like you said, as a business. Last year, we lost 64,000 is what they estimated. Without raising water rates,
Yeah.
but raising water rates, in fact, I guess we'll hear about this real soon, so we can save that discussion, but they say the base water rate should be $297.06 for us to break even. Nobody can pay $297.06 a month for water.
Exactly. And people
So-
are going to say, holy moly. And they're
Yeah.
just to say, what do you do on council?
Yeah, and then the tax rates have remained flat, so we're not generating much revenue there. So we do have some really tough discussions.
So
That
that's
is-
the reason I
yeah.
raised it. So I
Okay.
appreciate your indulgence listening to me, but we have some work to do. We're going to work it together. I just want to come get the ball.
Good. All right, so with that, we're gonna take a 5-minute break before we hit action items. Bean. And with that, we are at action items. Okay, action item A. Councilmember Escobedo.
Motion to approve the second and final reading of ordinance 2025-01-09-01. An ordinance to establish a speed limit of 30 per hour on Gallego Avenue from First Street to South Fifth Street pursuant to a traffic and engineering investigation and providing for the appropriate signage. Providing for the following clause, findings of facts, establishment, cumulative and severability, proper notice and meeting, public hearing and effective date.
I need a motion. Oh, we have the motion. I need a second. Okay, discussion, Councilmember Escobedo.
So there was a study that was done by Chief Lozoya. And the findings, he didn't find anything negative towards that. The reason, so, and I also went in and I did research extensively to look where an ordinance for the speed limit had changed from 30 to 20, and I found none anywhere. So I don't know what happened or how that ended up. If it was mainly put there for maybe for the community center that was the daycare or whatever, then most likely for that no longer exists. So on Fifth Street, the people should be coming to a stop on all four ways. If there isn't, then there needs to be the Alpine PD needs to go in and wait there a while until these people stop. I mean, I live on the cemetery road and it's like a highway. And I do take videotapes of them and I do send them to the chief. And things do get taken care of. But he didn't see a problem with the church of people stopping at all.
Okay. Councilmember Stevens.
Thanks, Mayor. So where I think the speed limit across Alpine should be 25 miles an hour. That's been my view, just to slow everyone down. But we're at 30. And while I'm sensitive to having it at 20, I get it, I understand it, and that's the biggest challenge I think we have is getting people slowed down. But it's, unfortunately, as I've learned on Avenue B up on Saul Ross, it doesn't matter what sign you put up. People are not slowing down. The only way we worked on Avenue B, we finally put speed bumps on, and that finally slowed it down. But I'm okay with it.
Okay. Councilmember Ruckus. Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm fine with it.
Councilmember Portillo.
I'm good with it.
Let's vote.
Aye.
City Secretary, Council voted unanimously to approve the second and final reading of ordinance 2025-09-01. Moving on to action item B, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item B is approved resolution 2025-1001, approving the final wastewater system asset management plan prepared by Jacob Martin.
I need a motion.
I move we approve resolution 2025-10-01, approving the final wastewater system asset management plan prepared by Jacob and Martin.
I need a second.
A second.
Discussion, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This resolution approves the city's wastewater asset management plan. The plan provides a structured approach to identifying, evaluating, and maintaining wastewater infrastructure, ensuring long-term reliability, compliance with regulatory requirements, and improved planning for capital investment. And I do have Andy DeCelio here from Jacob and Martin ready to present.
Andy, long time. no
We
see.
haven't seen you a long time.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor.
Yeah,
So,
Just go ahead and reintroduce yourself.
Andy Visalia with Jacob and Martin again. I'm a popular one tonight, but yeah, I'm disappointed no walk-up music this time.
I know. It's because you gave us, let's see, this goes from page 203 to page 790.
Okay.
So no music for you this time.
My intention would be to make the walk-up music quicker than this presentation. So what I will say is, first of all, we have the wastewater workshop in 2 weeks. I will be attending remote, but if there's any follow-up questions at that point, I'd be happy to go into more detail at that time.
Then you will have the music wake up then.
I'll bring my own. And so I want to do just a big overview of this. I will spend a little more time on some things. The first thing I do want to ask is required with Texas Water Development Board, we have a sign-in sheet. I have all the council members, I have some of the staff. Citizens, you don't need to sign in unless you really want to be on the radar of Texas Water Development Board. But all it is a sign-in sheet, the document that we are having this meeting. Geo also will be providing me the minutes. So again, the certification is required.
Okay.
So Geo, if you're just okay, I'm just gonna start with you. If you could just please, just check by your name, council members, I don't have phone numbers on there. If you want to put the city's number, if you want to put whatever phone number you want to put, you can make up one.
When do we get it? We sign that.
Pardon?
When do we get it? We sign that, at least popcorns, hamburgers or music.
Something like that, yes, exactly.
I know.
So anyways, again, very, very big overview of it, okay? So we did provide 2 copies of the manual. Geo has one, Mike has, oh, there you are, Mike moved on me. This is my copy, so just to give you and the public an example of the work done, these are the volumes. Okay, going to slide 1, that's just the introduction. I did include Texas Water Development Board on there. Page 2, just for the program, it's called Asset Management Program for Small Systems. The acronym is AMPS, so if I say AMPS, I'm just referring to the program. Basically, that sheet is, you satisfy that criteria, you applied, you were selected by Texas Water Development Board. You had a selection process to select a consultant to do so. Jacob and Martin was on a pre-approved list. You selected us. We did the project. So the next slide, Geo. So this project specifically went for the wastewater system. It includes the wastewater treatment plant and the collection system. I included a couple of construction photos of the current wastewater treatment plant project, and I'll discuss that more in 2 weeks. Project benefits, this is a great program, up to $100,000 at no cost to the city for free professional services to help you. It can include software and so on and so forth, but you already had the GIS software in place. So we are using that dollar amount for us to provide professional services to help you. Additional benefits, training on system management for staff, obviously presentation. Now, the last part of the program benefits 2 of 2, we will have to do a follow-up visit. It's a 9-month visit. We have to come make sure staff is actually following, keeping up and complying with the requirements of the program. I'm not a big fan of checking on your staff, make sure they're doing what we're doing, but it's a requirement. And at this point, I will say that Mike and Richard have been very active in this, especially Richard has done a lot of background information as well as some previous staff members to help build a lot of this information. To get assets, to get the information we need, we had to have help from your staff. Geo certainly has been helpful as well, so we appreciate the staff's assistance and input. The next slide, program requirements. This is all is required by the city. You have to have a minimum of 80 hours of system staff time, which I don't think that's been a problem. I know Richard and I probably have talked more than 80 hours on this project. And then a contract between the contractor, which is Jacob and Martin, Texas Water Development Board. The good thing is no financial match. Tasks completed to date. We had a project kickoff meeting on January 15th, 2025. We submitted the draft. I'm just gonna call for right now. I'll go through them each individually, but there are 5 reports. We submitted the draft to Texas Water Development Board on April 24th, 2025. So one thing I ask, if you have detailed questions, please keep in mind, I worked on one of these 5 sections. Other staff members, Jacob and Martin, worked on the other 4. And some of these I haven't looked at in like 6 months. So please be very nice to me tonight. But if there is more detail, I certainly can follow up in a couple of weeks. We did have our first GIS training on May 22nd, 2025. And Mike and Richard and I had spoke about doing some more GIS training. In the coming weeks, kind of what we talked about with the water workshop. Staff transitions, as well as the demands of your current staff just being understaffed has made it difficult on them to progress on GIS. But we still have time, we still have budget. Task completed to date, 2 of 2. Texas Water Development Board got back to us on October 7th with comments. There weren't very many comments. We addressed them and have submitted the final documents to Texas Water Development Board as well as the city on September 17th, and then for a city council meeting tonight. Future tasks, sign a data certificate of presentation. That's the sign-in sheet. That also will include the minutes we talked about earlier. Recommended additional GIS training. It's very important. We will have an all hands staff training that will be coming up in the coming weeks, just basically to help your staff implement some of these processes that are recommended in the reports. And then I mentioned before the 9-month follow-up assessment and written report, as well as another presentation from me on asset management. So I'm sure you're all excited about that. Hopefully it's a short one where I can say, yep, your staff is keeping up and doing good. So the 5 components of the AMPS program, you have the asset management, and I'll probably spend most of the time tonight on that. Emergency response plan, sustainable systems, operation and maintenance, and compliance. So the next slide, asset management, I put a little graphic in there. An asset is basically a piece of equipment, a facility within the wastewater, either treatment plant or the collection system. So whenever you look at the full lifespan of an asset, we'll talk about like a pump, for instance. You have to plan for that pump, you have to design that pump, you have to acquire or purchase that pump, you have to procure it somehow, operate that pump. When that pump goes bad, you have to do some maintenance on it, or just regular routine maintenance. At some point, a pump has a lifespan. At that point, it breaks down, so you have to dispose of it. Then you have to start that process all over again with a brand new pump. And a lot of times the disposal and the planning overlap, because you have to replace it or it fails, or as it's starting to fail. So again, just an asset, quite simply, is a piece of equipment or a facility being used for your wastewater system. Next slide is just a graphic of the GIS system. It includes all the sewer lines, manholes, and some facilities at the wastewater treatment plant. I realize you can't see it very well, but GIS is a computer online base, and that's where you can really get into it. So again, that's just a picture representation. So the next slide is getting into the asset management. This again will be the meat of tonight's conversation. From my perspective, again, I'm going to try and keep it quick, but certainly slow me down. To do the asset management requirement, we follow TCQ RG 530 to document on asset management. And it has a spreadsheet associated with it to go through, inventory your assets, and then just basically fill out this form to help you plan for the asset management process. So if you look at that graph, and I'm going to get my reading glasses, I'm going to use the wastewater clarifier number 1 and number 2 as the example. We have that current project going on, something that I'm very, very familiar with. So if you look at wastewater clarifier number 1 and 2, redundancy, yes, you have 2 clarifiers. One's down, you have something you can immediately shift the wastewater to. Some of the other facilities and equipment you do not. Expected useful life. There are tables in RG 530 as well as very common understood in the industry. A clarifier typically would last an expected life of 50 years. So pumps typically 10 to 15 years. Different assets have different lifespans. Then you look across in the column number 4 of age. Clarifier number 1, that's the one currently in construction, put that at year 0. So we're basically counting from right now saying it's already been replaced. Quick update on that. The equipment has been delivered to site. The contractor has not been back on site yet to start construction, but it's moving very well. Clarifier 2, based on the documentation we have, it's 26 years old. And then going to column 5, it has 24 more years of useful life based again on an estimated 50-year lifespan. And then the cost to replace, These are current day costs that are projected out into the future based on an estimated 2.2 inflationary cost. So we're saying that clarifier 1, if you replace it in 50 years, it costs slightly over $3 million. Clarifier 2, in 24 years, it'd be about 2.8 million. So that's the bulk of the process. And I will tell you, it was a very, very big effort of acquiring, manipulating the data to fit this in here. And that's again where I want to definitely give a lot of credit to the city staff. The next slide, I wanted to point this out in particular because you have many sewer manholes, sewer pipelines that exceed the useful life of 50 years. That is extremely common in wastewater systems. I can't tell you the number of systems that have pipes and manholes greater than 50 years. So that being said, many are still in service. And unless you have a failure on these type of facilities, you're typically not looking at replacing it. You know, if you have some sort of a leak, then or an overflow situation, a sewer backup, but typically they're out of sight, out of mind, right? Anything below ground is out of sight, out of mind until it causes a problem. The reason I bring that up is because, as you can see there, many of them exceed that life. And I have an alternative solution as opposed to just immediately putting money and replacing them right now. And that's going to come along later. So I wanted to point that out because of a future slide. So the next worksheet as part of the RG 530 was the comprehensive planning. Again, looking at clarifier 1 and 2. We're looking at replacing them. Again, the same number 3 year until action is needed, the cost. And then the 5th column in yellow there, that gives you the annual reserve required per year to replace that asset. So you take the $3 million to replace clarifier 1 50 years, you break it up over the 50-year time frame. That means you need to be setting aside $60,000 a year to replace that at an estimated cost of $3 million in 50 years. So you kind of see where the process is going, a lot of zeros. The next one is projected capital expenses. Again, these are only screenshots. I do want to say that these are, 10, 15 rows out of, I think, 3 pages. But again, looking at the clarifier, it has a reserve per year. And then, I guess going down to the bottom one, the wastewater treatment plant, the $25,000 one, that's a current need. It's a 1-year expense of $25,000. So it's basically just a 5-year snapshot of each of the different facilities. Now we're going to get into the fun stuff, the graphs here. The blue is the expected revenue. Year 0 is based on the information that was provided to me at the beginning of this report. We had a budgeted revenue of $800,000. We had small incremental based on increased customers. But as you can imagine, the revenue expectations, unless you raise rates, is going to be nearly a flat line. The expenses, however, were based on the budgeted expenses with that 2.2% annual inflation rate recommended by the RG 530. So as you can see, you're spreading out that difference between revenue and expenses. So just from an operating standpoint, not even considering asset management replacement, you're seeing a spread between the revenue and expenses. So now on to the next slide. So you have the end of year reserves, which that is that difference between the revenue and operation and maintenance expenses. Okay, so that's already starting in the negative. The I guess you call it peach. The projected savings needed, that is for capital assets to be replaced. That is taking a look at all those assets that we included and replacing them based on that expected use of the asset. So we're looking at in year 1 of a need of nearly $9 million to replace all the assets that have already exceeded their useful life. Going back again to number 1, the manholes and pipes that we were talking about, and number 2, many times you will have facilities that will go beyond the useful life. Now, that being said, at the same point, I do want to remind council that these expenses are coming. These are real expenses. And so even though this may seem a little inflated and really is, I heard some discussion earlier. We need to start planning and considering replacement of our wastewater treatment plant and some of the assets in the collection system. So the next slide. So I mentioned before about the pipes and manholes. My recommendation, and I've done this at other places, is to hire a consultant with a camera to go in there and camera all your gravity sewer lines and all your manholes. Do what's called a condition assessment. You can get a contractor to come in there, they can complete some form and tell you this pipe needs replaced, this pipe's in good enough condition, this manhole's good, this manhole's not. That right there cuts that down by approximately $7 million just by doing that condition assessment. Now, of course, you will have some manholes and pipes that may need to be replaced, but you can go through a planning process to check on the condition of each of them. Now, the other part of it too, and this gets a little bit beyond the scope of asset management, for pipes and manholes, you can do rehabilitation on them. They put liners inside manholes, they put liners in pipes. When I worked for the city of San Angelo, I think I worked on 3 or 4 of them. And extends the useful life. You don't have to dig up brand new, because you imagine, you're putting in a gravity sewer line, you have to set it at grade. That is not cheap to put a new one in there, and you've already used up that land space. So if you can get a contractor to come in there, and I know some of them, I've worked with some of them. If you get to that point after condition assessment, I certainly can help point in that direction to help do a rehabilitation as opposed to a full replacement. Okay, that was a whole lot of information. I want to stop now and ask if there's any questions, or if are you following? Are you tracking?
We are
Okay,
talking lots of money,
yeah, that's a summary. Yes, exactly.
lots and lots of money.
Yeah, it really is. But I think that condition assessment is certainly a valuable potential solution that can really help you prioritize. So the next slide, again, this is some excerpts from the reports, implementation plan, ongoing of GIS asset management, ongoing or annual RG 530 spreadsheet asset management. That's all those graphs I just showed you. Those come from the RG 530. That is something that should be done on an annual ongoing basis. I've already talked with Richard and Mike about it. At the beginning of 2026, we still have budget left over. Richard and I are going to work on that together. He's going to be doing it. We're going to do some Teams meetings, so that way he has the opportunity to learn to do it himself. We still have the budget, so that way we can kind of help him and make sure he's understanding the process, make it a lot easier for him, because it was very time consuming. And if you put one number wrong in that spreadsheet, you're gonna get more zeros or less zeros than you should, so. Obviously budgeting on an annual basis, I mentioned a pipe and manhole condition assessment for 2026. That'd be my recommendation to get on that sooner than later. Grant and low interest loan application. Each year for at least the last 2 years, and I think it goes back even further than that, we put applications in the Texas Water Development Board trying to get funding for wastewater treatment plant improvements. So the current project of Clarifier 1 and the sludge drying beds, that is city funded through, I think it was through ARPA fund, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
The rest of the treatment plant needs upgraded as well. So every year we're submitting applications to Texas Water Development Board. And have been, my recommendation is to continue to do so. Jacob and Martin is doing it on your behalf at no cost. And then a rate study. I heard a little discussion earlier. I wasn't fully tracking about a rate study. After you do the condition assessment, I would heavily recommend a rate study, because you need to be able to properly plan. To have a rate study will put you in that position for success. Next slide is the asset management recommendations. Pretty much the same items as the previous slide. Implement a fiscal sustainability plan that's in there in the report. I don't feel like we need to go into any more detail on any of these at this point. So that was the fun part. That was the part I got to work on. Okay, the rest of this I just had to read as other people worked on it. I do want to say, none of them are listening here, but had a great team at Jacob and Martin to help me. Our environmental team was involved in, as well as our electrical engineer. Also, Mike and Richard know him. He helped on the wastewater treatment plant as well. Emergency response plan is just that. It's a plan to put in place when you have an emergency with regard to your wastewater system. Going to the next slide is just a checklist. These are just excerpts from the report. The next slide is the ERP, as they call it, recommendation checklist. So we have checklists in the report for cyber intrusion, flooding, winter storms, powder outage / generators, pandemic, hurricane, wildfire. So a lot of these are standard forms that are government issued through FEMA typically. But we included them, so city staff has those available, so they can plan whenever there's an emergency. Incident command system is basically your emergency response team and the requirements of the team. And then we also included a risk assessment summary report. Again, that's all in the documents. The next item is sustainable systems. That includes the following sections of sustainable systems: energy assessment, energy efficiency improvements, and public participation programs. So that was all covered in there as well. Next slide is just a table from there where our electrical engineer worked with your staff and got basically the electrical loading at the wastewater treatment plant, as well as your lift stations included as part of the documentation in the report. It's all one concise location for your staff to have. The next one is probably my favorite slide of all. Here's some graphics for public participation and for information. Grease can be a huge problem in wastewater treatment plants and collection systems. Flushing things, even if it's listed as flushables, is not a good idea when it comes to pumps.
Wipes.
Exactly.
People
exactly.
think it says flushable, they can flush it.
Yeah, anything that says flushable, probably don't want to flush it. I mean, to be honest with you, City of San Angelo, I worked with our gentleman who was in the lift stations, and I can't tell you some of the pictures I've seen of things he pulled out of lift stations.
Jeans.
Yes,
We had that here.
oh, really? My favorite one is there's a small little station, lift station that served a small area. And they kept clogging up because children's underwear. So apparently some kid was not making it to the toilet and decided to throw it and just flush it down there and clogging up pumps. So I don't have any pictures of that with me, by the way.
Thank you.
So then the next one is operation and maintenance. The main sections are the MPDES permit overview and then description of the equipment for the wastewater system. Next slide is all the appendices. Again, it's all in the report. There's not a whole lot of reason to go into depth on that. Again, I'd be more than happy to go into more depth on anything in 2 weeks. The next slide is just kind of a flow chart, if you will, at the wastewater treatment plant. The next one is one of multiple, but we have checklists that are included in this report to help your staff on a daily basis. To basically keep track of the plant and make sure it's operating properly and accordingly. The next section was compliance, MPDES permit overview, description of specific permit requirements, laboratory requirements, record keeping requirements. Those are the main sections. With the next slide being the list of appendices that are included. I'm assuming y'all are feeling about as tired as I am right now. The next slide is just an example of one of the investigation reports from TCEQ. There are a whole bunch of them listed.
Going all the way back to 2018.
Yes, so that's the proper documentation that needed to be included in there.
Do you know how many of those resulted in fines?
Not off the top of my head. I do not.
There's a lot.
I don't know of any not.
I mean, it's just page after page after page.
I will admit, those are appendices. I didn't read every single line of all those.
Yeah.
But those requirements include those.
I don't know why not. This was only 10,000 pages long.
Yes. The next slide is the wastewater permit due dates table. It's only a partial table. It's only January through June, but again, it can be used as a checklist by your staff to keep up with regulatory compliance for the wastewater system. And then the last and final slide is just basically a daily checklist for some of the potential contaminants and constituents in your wastewater. So again, there's multiple of these. I just want to pull out a few examples. We need to have a document through Texas Water Development Board as well to give them a brief overview. So certainly open to any questions.
So you said we weren't eligible for the last Texas Department Water Development Board
That was
grant because of,
That was the lead and copper. That was, so basically you had applied, you were accepted. And I can't remember the details. It was probably over a year ago. There were some financial requirements within the city's records.
audits, maybe. Yes,
Okay,
audits,
thank you.
and that's why we weren't eligible.
Correct.
But we're about to be caught up on audits, and so we will be eligible, hopefully.
Yes, we completed 22-23. I'm currently working on 23-24. And trying to secure our fund balance and reserve status. And so our goal is to have 23-24 and 24-25 complete this year.
Okay.
So that it will not be.
Good.
That won't help you necessarily on the lead and copper, but if Texas
Future.
Water Development Board, they have checklist requirements to be eligible for funding. The more boxes you can check, the better your score. The better your score, the more likely you are to get funded. And if you meet the requirements, there is potential for grant funds. But I certainly do not want to promise grant funds at this time.
Right, I know you can't.
Andy, but can we appeal once the audits are ready? Could we appeal the land cover?
No, I don't, not at this time.
Because the money's already been
Yeah,
distributed.
that money's been already allocated and I shouldn't say all distributed, but it's been months, if not a year, since you lost eligibility on that. It's been quite a while.
Okay. All right, comments, Councilmember Lucas?
A lot of work to
I can talk fast when I need to.
Yeah, no, I guess, I think these are two really good starting places, Mike. Finding somebody to start looking at our conditions of, sewer lines, manholes, start getting all that inventoried, and then a rate study. Figure out how we're gonna start chipping away at this behemoth we have, in front of us.
In your report, you said a base rate of 297. How was that calculated?
Can you reference the page number section?
Sure, I wrote it at the front. Just give me a second.
I believe it came directly out of RG 530 based on all the inputs.
Right,
I think it
I
was
think
simple
so.
calculation divided by the number of lines.
It was on page 24 and 25. Oh, wait, sorry.
Was it part of one of the appendices?
It was at
believe
the
it is.
very beginning of your document. It said in 24, 25. Okay, it's on page 4 for you, or 206 for the council. You said the city's wastewater budget shortfall is 64,388 for fiscal years 24, 25. It's anticipated to grow in future fiscal years due to inflation, exceeding projected customer growth. And then you have a chart on page 5 for you, or 207 for council, to show the amount of money that will be lost over revenues versus expenses.
Mhm.
And so it said that to accomplish the repairs and replacements, according to the comprehensive planning worksheet, a monthly rate increase of $297.06 is needed for the first year, and then after that, rates should be raised $39 to $53 per connection for years 1 through 5.
That is based on the RG 530. You put in the inputs, you have to modify it a little bit and it spits out the output. So
Yeah.
basically, by going through this asset management spreadsheet and calculations, that is their recommended rate based on your number of customers to satisfy that budget shortfall with regard to replacing the assets as well as operation and maintenance.
Yeah, and obviously that's a no-go for us,
Oh,
I mean, we can't.
absolutely.
Hello, everybody, you now have a base rate of $297.06. Good luck. No, we can't do that.
It was a simple shortfall divided by the number of sewer lines, that's the math, and that's what it shows up.
That's exactly correct, and that's why I mentioned before, you do the condition assessment. Some of your assets are not gonna be replaced within that time period. But I think an awareness by council and a purpose of moving forward in a positive direction is what's needed. You won't catch up tomorrow.
Mm-mm. No. So we do have a lot of work to do. We've got to put in a
Mike's
plan.
retirement.
Mike's retirement?
Yeah, maybe by his retirement.
Oh, yeah, maybe. You need to work another 30 years though, Mike, okay? Is that doable? Can we do that? Okay. All right, so Councilmember Patillo?
You know, like Rob said, I mean, starting with that. That assessment and everything kind of going forward from there.
And our guys can do that if they have sufficient manpower?
Now, do you need to hire a third party, right? You said for the assessment?
The initial assessment was done by us with help from the staff of accumulating
For the
data.
manholes and,
But yes, Richard, him and I had, I don't know how many teams meetings of going through the data. So the idea and intention is early 2026, he's gonna do the next round of this RG 530 with me on Teams, helping him, double checking, confirming, still part of the grant project. So
Okay.
yes, the intention is for staff to be able to do this starting in 2026 and continually updating it.
No, I think, did you mean actually doing the condition study, like
Yes.
running the camera through our? sewer
Oh, I'm
line,
sorry.
Checking our.
yeah, that's what I
manholes?
meant.
Okay, I don't. If you have a camera, I don't know the limitations of it. And a lot of times, if you hire an outside consultant, they will have videos of it, they will have reports. Something tangible, a tangible delivery that can be used to come to council and discuss.
Yeah.
Depending on the limitations of your camera, you may be able to view only. You may not be able to record. You're
It's just
not
like
having that documentation.
Extremely expensive,
It
really
is.
quick.
Yes.
It might,
Almost have to contract that out, because we couldn't afford that kind of equipment.
I agree,
I think I'd rather personally pay for a sea snake and a locator. We're looking at like $20,000 to get you like this state of the art to where we can start doing it ourselves instead of going out.
How far does
I
it-
can tell you how much a private company locally would charge you per line.
Oh, yes.
And after about 20 inspections, we're now already paid for our own equipment.
How far does that equipment reach out? How much foot?
You can get them 300 to 500 feet, and so we're good. Manholes are 200 to 400 feet, Masameno, so you can go one way, locate it, hit the other one, come back the other way.
Say muscle man. Don't need to
But
make
that-
those.
The manpower.
Yeah, that's our shortfall, but it would only take one individual that knows what they're doing, and
Right.
it's not hard to learn.
So,
Yeah, I'm a jabroni and I figured it out on my own. I think our guys can do it smarter than I am.
Okay, so Councilmember Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. It is a lot of work, but I think it can be done, so we're working on it.
Yes.
We have a wonderful team and we have wonderful employees that we're all working together.
And we have
So it
you.
will be done. And we are back, so hey, it's complete.
Yes, are you sitting up here with us, just like our possible financial advisor?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, get a chair. Councilmember Escobedo?
Yeah, there's a lot that needs to get done, and I don't know if Mike may need more employees than what he has, and if he doesn't, that needs to be done ASAP.
Yeah.
So can I ask this, like Mike and Rich, like y'all, I mean, y'all two are kind of headhunting all this, right? But if you're not around, is there anybody else that's kind of in this with y'all? No? Okay.
We have a couple, maybe like, we're trying to cross train. I think that's the
Oh, yeah.
vision. It's trying to cross train more. Once we get I mean, there's a couple of guys that are interested in getting,
Yeah, I mean, just to take the load off, especially, Rich. over
Yeah,
there,
now
and
that
you,
Rich is, yeah,
you know?
now that Rich is kind of out there by himself, we're trying to integrate more of the water and the.
Okay.
Good. Councilmember Escobedo?
That's my main thing is if y'all need more, if we need more employees for them, then we need to get them. That is, needs to be a.
Councilmember Stevens?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So we have a wastewater treatment plant workshop in 2 weeks.
Mhm.
So we're gonna have the opportunity to dive through all this, gives us a chance to digest it. My sense is the $100,000 we got from the Texas Water Development Board, $100,000 well spent, because we now got a plan and we can go forward with. When I look at the 530, the numbers that are there, did that include the projected capital investments we need to make? And the reason I ask is, we have a $64,000 shortfall this year. We require roughly an 8% increase on our sewer fees. But every year after that is like 2%, which seems like we ought to start thinking about a 2% increase per year as a way to creep our way up. Normal cost of living, cost of inflation is an opportunity. Did I read the 530 correctly?
I believe so, based on what I understand your description to be.
Yeah.
I certainly, we can dive more into that in 2 weeks. One thing, you know, and I were talking about, I will have a PowerPoint presentation by the end of this week. Your staff have my contact information.
Yeah.
You can coordinate through them. If you have specific things you want me to touch on in 2 weeks. First thing I'll say, if you want it part of the slides by the end of this week, but if you think of something next week, get with your staff, and I can be prepared to cover that for 2 weeks.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a daunting task going through this.
The other comment I'd make is, I do think we need a stronger communication plan. I happened to be out on 118 the other day, and your guys were out there pointing out the doggone sewer line, and they showed me pictures of almost, it was like a hand cream bottle, like 4 inches in diameter. I don't know how someone did not flush that down the toilet. Someone literally had to take off a cap, put it on a 4-inch line and flush it out. And it had backed everything up. It took them a couple days to clear all that
You'd
out.
be surprised.
Like
about
jeans, I don't know how they flush jeans.
It-
You know that.
Mike
Okay, come on up,
Macias,
Mike, introduce yourself in the video.
Macias, Utilities Director. So actually, yeah, it's a little perplexing, right? But the truth of the matter is, it's probably coming from the jail. I know Rich and I have, there's a lot of times where these disgruntled jailers will be like, you know what, I'm gonna give them a hard time, and they're gonna start throwing lotion bottles, soap, shampoo bottles. And then there's times where, like Rich will attest to this, you'll, at the bar screen, you'll just see hundreds of them sometimes, because they'll clog and then boom, they'll push through.
Yep.
We've even run into some jail inmate uniforms where they just try to overflow the toilet and give every other jailers a hard time, so. So there is a lot of those like bottles, I mean, they flush them and they try to give people a hard time, so that's, that we get the brunt end of that.
Put them in uniform.
Yep. Wow. Thanks, Mike. That's unfortunately more helpful than you.
Yeah, we never even thought of that.
Yeah, and so the other comment I make is the 530, and it's lots of information to digest, but you think about lift stations. Really cause for concern because we've not touched lift stations in a long time.
Yeah.
And for those who don't know what a lift station is and the grinders that go with it, when you're at one level that's below the sewer line, when you flush the toilet, it goes down, everything gets ground up and it gets lifted up. So it gets high enough that it can literally flow by gravity. I just hate to think about when we have lift station issues, because that is a real mess that has to get worked its way through. So as I think about, those are some of the sorts of things we're gonna have to really think about long term. Yeah, so.
Mike, are we running grinder pumps in our lift stations on now they're just regular pumps?
Yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah, what fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I called everybody right now.
Please let me know.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right, thank you so much. Are you done for tonight?
Think so?
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
You're
You're good.
All right.
You're good. You're good. Yeah, you can run if you want to. The door's that way.
I might look my stuff first, but
Oh, that's fine. All right, so. That was item B.
Yep.
All right, any other discussion? Let's vote.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
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 City Secretary, Council voted unanimously to approve resolution 2025-10-01, approving the final wastewater system asset management plan. Moving on to action item C, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item C is approved resolution 2025-10-02, a resolution appointing members to the City of Alpine Grievance Committee pursuant to the city's personnel policies and guidelines.
Okay, I need a motion. Okay, I need a motion.
I motion to approve 2025-10-02 resolution appointing members of the city of Alpine Grievance Committee pursuant to the city personal policies and guideline handbook.
I need a second. All right, let's discuss. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So, we did basically recognize that our employee handbook does require a grievance committee to be established. Essentially, the handbook was approved on August 18th, 2020. We had a few issues come up and nothing that, the employee wanted to grieve. But based on the situation, in review of the handbook, I thought that it's really not a good thing not to have that in place. Especially being that step 2 of the grievance policy as that if an employee files a grievance within 5 business days, the city secretary is required to take that grievance to the committee. So it's really just preempting any issues, not having a committee in place. And if the council doesn't want to appoint, that's completely fine. Just let me know what you would like me to do in the case that one is received.
Okay, so looking at the policy, what you have here, city council appoints replacements. It includes 1 city employee, 1 city council member, and 1 city of Alpine, which the city council will appoint each of those. And they serve for an indefinite period of time. And it's really just to cover ourselves.
It's just completely just preempting in case we do receive a grievance, that we have a committee that I can take that grievance to as required by the handbook adopted.
And when would the city council appoint these individuals?
So ideally, you could let me know who you would like to appoint, and we can amend the motion to include the individuals. I did make some recommendations in an email to you all. I'm recommending Victoria Sanchez because she has experience in past jobs with grievances. And as far as the staff member that's required, it's up to you all which council member. And I would think, Councilor Stevens does have a lot of background in HR. And then as far as the citizen is concerned, I would recommend it to Darren Nance. Because Darren Nance, he served on council, served on boards, he's familiar with our processes. And I think he could keep things confidential, so that's who my recommendations are.
Okay, and I have a recommendation for the citizen, Colin Monaco Trailer. Does human resources for Grand Companions. And she said that she would be happy to serve on this board. And so that would bring her
Okay, fantastic.
on board. So
So we nominate Rick to be in that committee.
I don't know, just Rick is on a lot of things.
Well,
It hasn't met in 5 years.
Right, so it probably won't. It
It
may never. meet. Okay,
And what did you say?
Colin Monaco Trailer.
So we don't
She's
have
the owner of
anybody,
Alpine Fitness.
Gio, we don't have anybody in this committee right now.
No, there's never been anyone on there, as long as I can remember, we had a grievance, process in place, the city manager came in, removed it, then another one came in and put it back in place, but we've never had one come through, it's just in case.
It's just formality.
Yes, I just want to have that, established in case we ever receive an agreement.
I think that's a wise idea. Okay, so do I have a motion? To amend
Who are we putting?
Rick, Victoria, and Colin Monaco Trailer. If council's amendable to that.
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so I need a motion with that amendment. For who we're nominating.
Mayor, I'll make them amendment
I know.
to add or to appoint, I'm sorry, do you have the
Colin Monaco Trailer,
Colin Monaco Trailer,
Victoria Sanchez.
Victoria Sanchez, and Councilmember Rick Stevens?
I need a second for
A
that.
second.
Any
I
discussion?
told him for it.
Any discussion? Poor Rick. All right, let's vote on the amendment.
Aye.
Aye.
I'll vote for the other two, yes.
Okay, all right. City Secretary Council voted unanimously for the amendment to have Victoria Sanchez, Colin Monaco Trailer, and Rick Stevens on this board. And now we need to dispose of the original motion as amended.
Aye.
Aye. And the original motion as amended has been disposed of.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, moving on to action item D, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item D is approve the 2025-2026 Children's Advocacy Center of the Big Bend contract.
Okay, I need a motion.
I'll move that we approve the contract as presented.
I need a second.
I second.
Okay, discussion, city manager.
Thank you. We have this back on the agenda, the contract, this would approve the contract with the Community Action Corporation of Big Bend. This agreement sets the terms for service delivery and partnership and the funding of it. We did have a miscommunication between our staff and them recently as far as the scheduling date, so that's why they weren't able to make it to the next meeting. They were advised it would be on October 7th, so they're here today.
Why they weren't at the previous meeting.
Yes, that's why they weren't.
Okay, all right, good. Hi, ladies. If you would introduce yourselves for the video, please.
Mayor, City Council, City Administrator, thanks so much for your time this evening and for your service. My name is Teresa Todd. I am the Board President of the Children's Advocacy Center. With me is Shanna Sullivan. She's the Executive Director. We have a rather large board. In fact, Ms. Herbert is on our board, and the Vice President of our board is Chief Lasoya. So we have been in existence since the late 90s, about 1998. And I took a hiatus in the middle, but I was the founding president of the Children's Advocacy Center. So I'm just going to briefly give a little bit of background. What we are is a sole service provider of child victim services in the Big Bend area. What we provide is a very specialized service to children that are victims of sexual and physical abuse. So what happens is if there's a case, whether it's, a private home, whether it's a school, no matter what it is, a call will come to us from either law enforcement or from CPS. Those are our referring agencies. And so once that happens, then there is an interview that's scheduled. And this is a really specific kind of interview. It's called a forensic interview. And the purpose of the interview is to basically collect all of the evidence and information that's needed to prosecute a case against whomever harmed that child. So there's a very detailed trainings for the way that this has to occur because it's standardized. So when we started the CAC back in 1997, the smartest thing we ever did was hire Shanna Sullivan. And she has been in that role for what, 27 years now?
Long time.
Right? Oh, we were so young then.
We still are.
And so our board, it's set by statute and it has to have certain things on it, like we have to have a prosecutor, we have to have law enforcement, we have to have CPS. Until recently, we had to have mental health. It's not a requirement anymore, but we actually still have it. So basically, all of the disciplines that would be involved in a case involving serious harm to a child. So Shanna does the interview, and the reason Child Advocacy Centers came into being is because we learned back in the late 90s that if a child is harmed by someone, if they have to tell their story over and over and over again, tell it to law enforcement, tell it to CPS, tell it to the interviewer, tell it to the prosecutor. That basically re-traumatizes the child every single time that they have to tell their story. So the beauty of the system that we have, it started out with like a two-way mirror, but now it's much more, it's very transparent. And Shanna always tells the kids what's going on, but they're interviewed in this very specific way. And the evidence is collected, and law enforcement and any other agency that's involved with it is also there. They're not in the room, but they can see. Is it Zoom?
No, it's a live video feed.
So if they have questions, if anything, they need for their investigation, they need to be the child to answer, they can communicate with Shannon. So you can try to get everything that you need at one time. So we are the agency that does it for Brewster County, for Presidio County, for Jeff Davis County, and for Carroll County. And additionally, we also, they're not our service area, but we also serve Hudspeth and Culberson. So what is it, like 19,000 miles or something? It's a lot. It's a lot of miles. So the main office is here in Alpine. There's also a satellite office at Presidio. So the agreement that we do with y'all each year, and I believe that it's $5,000, is basically, this is a service that we provide. And part of the match that we have for our grants is all of the governments in all 4 counties. We go to them and we receive compensation.
So you're going to all of them and asking?
We always have since the beginning. All the way back to 97. So yes. Also the just looking at your, I'm looking at your guidelines. So looking at that, at your 6 things, we're a part of public safety, which is the #1 thing. So we work with prosecution and law enforcement, so we can try to get accountability for the kids.
Councilmember Stevens? I'm sorry.
I just wanted to add to that, the $5,000 that you all have allocated to us the last, I don't even know how many years, a long time. We have almost every year reinvested that same amount or more into local law enforcement training for the police officers here. So they get specialized training for, the latest techniques on child sexual abuse.
Okay.
And also to be completely transparent, y'all had asked about the funding sources. We are funded primarily through 2 grants. One is a VOCA grant that comes through from the feds, and the other is an HHSC, which is a state grant. So those are the 2 funding streams that we have, and that's the vast majority of our budget. What we ask our local governments that we serve to provide is the money that we use for the match for those grants. So we can answer any questions you might have.
What were the counties again? I'm sorry.
The counties are Brewster, Jeff Davis, Presidio, and Terrell County. And then we provide services basically also to Hudspeth and Culberson, but they're not in our service area officially.
Councilmember Stevens?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I hate to ask this question.
No, go ahead.
No, it's because I don't want to know the answer, but number of cases you have per year.
We do roughly between 45 to 60 cases a year. And recently, I know you all have heard about the trouble that Marfa ISD has had.
Yep.
Those are the sort of things that we're involved in.
Okay, and your annual budget?
275,000.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Escobedo?
I was just wondering about the counties that you're serving, which is quite a bit. Thank you.
And another part of what we do is we do multidisciplinary team meetings, which means that Shanna goes actually to every community and holds a meeting with the team that works on these cases. And so everyone in every county is looped in and kept up to date what's going on with these cases every single month.
Councilmember Ruckus?
I really appreciate all that y'all do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. Ladies, you do a wonderful job. It is a pleasure to have you here. You make your room so shiny and
Santa's
bright.
It's extraordinary, everything that she does on them.
That new Tristar For the Child Advocacy Child Center, is that related to you?
It is, it is.
It
That is, our new
Resource.
fundraising.
It is working for you.
It is so
It is
far. We're
working.
still kind of new and trying to figure out some things, but it's been fun. It's doing well for us.
Do you work sometimes with the family crisis centers where there's kids involved in domestic violence or you don't work with them?
Not as often as you would think. We do work with them, but most of the time, our kids just come and they see but sometimes we do need the shelter service because we don't provide that. And so we'll send our families there.
And you don't get any refers from them to you on kids?
No, we only take referrals from law enforcement and CPS. The reason for that is so we have an active investigation. It rules out any kind of divorce, custody issues.
I can tell you though, we actually are an offshoot. We started out of the Family Crisis Center because, yes, in fact, the woman who was the executive director at that time wrote the initial grant through VOCA to actually establish the Children's Advocacy Center. So we realized at that point, they realized there was a need for a specific nonprofit to handle child cases, separate from cases of family violence and domestic violence. So we have a very long history.
All right,
with the
thank you
Family
for
Crisis
sharing
Center.
with us.
Councilmember Portillo?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank y'all for what y'all do. You know, you just mentioned 40 to 65. One is, plenty, in my opinion, one's too many, but thank y'all. And thank you.
And we thank you for your support. You've been a great partner with us over the years and we really appreciate it.
And
Well, you
today
did-
we had two. So you never know. We may
Right.
go a couple of weeks without seeing a child, but today we had two.
Yeah, that's sad.
Okay,
Yeah.
any other questions?
I'm just glad that y'all both were here, you being the director and then you being on the board, that to me is very impressive. It means a lot.
Thank you.
Well, this is very important to us. And so we
Yes.
want to come and, share with y'all what we do.
Right.
Well, you need to come
We-
more often.
Yes, yeah. Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you, ladies.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, let's vote.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
City Secretary, Council unanimously approved the 2025-2026 Children's Advocacy Center, the Big Bend contract. Thank you. And moving on to action item E, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item E is approved Public Works Department job description.
I need a motion. I need a second. Discussion, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. These updates with the job description for the Public Works Department, update with the Evergreen Solutions 2024 compensation study, the clarified duties and support consistent application and favor. You know, any questions on the individual job description?
Okay, so City Manager. I know in the Utilities Department, we're very short employees and we need staff and sounds like we need even more staff for what we need to accomplish. How are we doing in our public, the Streets Department, Public Works?
To my knowledge, it's going pretty well. Eddie hasn't expressed that or the Director of Public Works hasn't expressed that we are struggling to get people at the moment. I know that the assistant, of course, as you know, the Assistant Director of Public Works did resign. He chose not to hire for that position at the moment. But I mean, I think we're pretty well staffed.
So we don't usually have problems
Currently,
staffing that.
And we do have the administrative assistant, Adriana.
Come on up, Adriana, please. Just, the reason I ask is because I know for the Utilities Department, because we need employees, we were going to discuss changing the minimum requirements to getting a GED within a year so that we can get bodies here to do work. But on the Public Works, they're still requiring that they already have the GED and or a high school diploma. So I was just wondering if that was something that needed to be amended, if they are also struggling to get employees or what?
Adriana King, Public Works Administrator. To our discussions within our department, we do definitely feel that we're understaffed. Definitely if we make some form of modification on what is required in order for us to get more workers with the rate that they're getting offered, the pay rate, we would probably be able to acquire more people, more to be interested in the positions, to be able to apply. We do see that we've been struggling in our belief that we don't get as many applicants to try and get staffed for our streets department. Currently, we just have 4 employees aside from our director. With big projects such as the paving project and then trying to do work orders, I mean, there's not enough manpower. It's we either do the project or we do the work orders. We don't have enough manpower to be able to divide and be able to take care of like the daily work orders that come in. With just potholes, I mean, that's a major thing. We're pretty much on a base where we're just patching things and then it rains and we have to go back and patch it while we're still trying to do all the major paving. That's not including the future projects that we're wanting to do, like the mitigation that for the flooding. Digging 10 feet on a couple of trenches and certain areas for like our creeks and everything. So that's gonna be taking quite an amount of manpower for only 4 employees. That's not including or considering that we have employees that have had medical conditions that aren't, where we're not always a full staff. So I do feel that in speaking on my behalf, I do feel that we need more manpower for the streets department in order for us to be able to at least touch a minimum base of what needs to be done and what needs to be repaired in the community as far as streets department.
Thank you. So all our positions are filled right now.
You know, we'd actually have to take a look. The finance director and I have been discussing compiling like a master list for each department. I know that I meet with Eddie pretty periodically and he's not mentioned that they're struggling, so, you know, I can't say that. And right now I will say that they do have a full-time service worker 1 for the street department posted for hire at the moment. And I also know that he, like I said, didn't choose to hire the assistant director because I think he wanted to hire more people instead.
Okay, so the only thought I was bringing up is, does he still want to require that they have the GED and the diploma? Or can they work towards the GED if he's able to attract employees to do that? So that's the only thing I wanted to mention.
You know, I didn't really talk to him about that because, you know, that request was only through 1 department.
Right. Okay.
So he hasn't mentioned it.
Okay, all right, okay. Councilmember Martinez?
I was reading, I think the only one who required to have a bachelor degree is the assistant director of public works. The rest is only the high school or GD and all they require the Texas Class C driver license. I assume is the minimum license that they require. So what we talked before is to have any kind of license, they have to have a GED. So that's what we're asking the GED for any upgrade or any license they have, right, Robert? We were talking about it, that they need that.
That's for
high school.
utilities.
Well, yeah, any other license that they need a degree, but if it's not required, any other, we can take employees with no GD and no high school if they don't want to grow, or maybe they can come and then they decide to grow up and then they can get the GED. So
yes,
so
we have
they
the
want
free
to make
classes.
yeah, so they can have the career, make a career in the city.
You do it for 1 department, they can do it for everybody.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking for the
Yeah.
service one.
Well, I mean, if you're looking maybe for your more manual labor type positions, because I haven't, you know, I would be weird to start opening it up
not to like administration,
No.
no, no, just to, yeah.
And what do you feel, Randy, about?
Come on up, Randy, please.
Well, I think. To start, we all start with the service worker one.
Right.
And so it may require him 1 to 2 years before he could even get his qualifications, let's say. But if we're gonna do the opportunity to someone say, hey, you know what, I wanna work, I don't have my GED, but I really wanna work, and we make it to where we'll hire you as long as you try to get your GED within the year, like you're suggesting, why not?
Yeah.
I definitely
Because
think
thereafter
would
that,
benefit street
Especially with
departments
free
too.
classes here.
there you go. And thereafter that, we're given opportunities. But yeah, for like administrative positions and stuff like that, of course not, but.
So you're okay
Definitely
with-
for the more, the
for worker
workers,
ones.
the labor
Y'all are
departments.
good for worker ones. What about you, Mike? Would you be
Come on
okay
up,
with the
Mike.
worker one? Because I was sitting there, I was giving thought about it, after our last meeting. And granted, to get licensed, you would have to have a GED or a diploma. And, so as I was looking at it and studying and stuff, so for plumbing, you can get an apprenticeship at 16 years old. You don't need a license, but to get your tradesman or any endorsements, you have to have that high school diploma or GED.
Right.
And so my thing is, it's like, okay, if you never wanted to go out and get that GED and you're okay with being that worker one or that apprentice,
Then you stay at that worker
that's on
one.
you. That's your decision.
That's
Just
it.
know that you can't move up. So if y'all were good with that,
I
I
it
think I
would
could.
definitely benefit the street department because we do need to have more manpower. We are doing good. I think we have a good crew right now that really give their all for whenever we're out there doing our projects, especially right now that we're trying to complete as much as we can for the ceiling and paving project. But if we can definitely keep that with the departments, it will definitely benefit the streets department because we do need to have a little bit more.
Adriana, those four that you have, that usually what you have, or you're short-handed right now?
In the past, I know that the streets department has had at least a crew of 10 members.
Okay.
10. Right now, we only have 4.
Does that include parks?
No,
No.
Okay.
no, parks does parks, streets does streets. So
Right.
right now, we only have 4 crew members.
Because nobody has applied.
That's not
or-
even including Eddie.
Yeah.
So, with all the, as we all know, everything that we do need to fix around our community with our streets and everything, that's not enough. Right now, I have work orders still from 2023. They were trying to cover.
Yes.
I will
Not
say,
including water or gas, work orders.
I will say that in our directors meetings for probably the last year or two, I have heard Eddie's greatly asked to see if he could have a team of 10. But it's never happened the whole time that he's brought it up that I can remember.
Why?
Eddie's gonna be a type of person that he's gonna do the best that he can with whatever he's given. Right now, he has just the 4 crew members.
But how come he can't ship the 10 people that don't want to work or they don't apply?
That's probably one of the main reasons is that getting people to apply.
Well, and we don't know if people left.
There has been.
Well, there has been turnover and.
And I have to say, it's news to me that they're that behind on work orders, because every time I send them something, it gets done right away.
It's
And so-
basically like prioritize on stuff. Right now, what they're trying to do, especially with weather, because we have to take in consideration weather conditions, right?
Right.
So we have designed to have at least one day of the week during our paving project to at least try to attend the work orders. Well, if we have one guy missing, we're down to 3, 2 guys missing, we're down to 2. It doesn't really give us much to divide our stuff. I really do believe that if we get a staff of 10, we're on employees, crew members, even if they're all worker ones, we can at least try to help Eddie divide 5 crew members to be doing work orders. A group over there with work orders, 5 crew members to continue whatever project, big major project that is being done. And we will definitely increase the amount of work orders that we need to do. We'll be able to increase the amount of repairs that we can do around the streets.
I'd be happy to meet with Eddie again. I haven't heard any conversations about the number of employees. I just want to make sure we stay on point and
Yes.
stick to the job descriptions that are on the agenda, and
Right.
I can meet with Eddie about it.
Yes.
You might have.
And one question, Victoria, is that number of employees already in our budget?
I need to go back and check, cause I know that was something that, you and I were looking at.
Okay.
A new report from payroll. There were several that had not been, I guess, presented when I was preparing for budget.
Okay.
And then that's when we decided that we need some kind of a control system that we can go by and have it, that would be our tracking mechanism. How
Okay.
many are approved and how many have been filled and what is vacant.
So going back to the job descriptions, my question is, do we want to strike the GED and the high school diploma and say that they have 1 year to obtain that in order to
I think that's
retain
a
their
good idea.
You're
employment?
good with it, Randy?
I'm good with it.
Are you good with it with wastewater and utilities for number, or for worker one?
Yeah, what I tried to make revisions on mine.
I saw that yours were revised.
Right, so what I'm asking for is 1 year GED. Because after 1 year, you have to get Class D license. But I do believe that I'm along with these guys, I think that there's some great workers out there that don't have a GED, and if we can give them a year time to do it, we've had people that on our departments before that don't have any licenses and they haven't licensed up for years, so. I think it's well within feasibility to allow that. I think it's good. And also, just a side note, what about a high school, like a senior, or
Like a work study,
yeah,
where
work
they
study,
have
like,
half a
you got
day.
These young men and women that are ready to, make some money and put a shovel in the ground, and I think I'm on board with that. I
So the
think
city
that-
doesn't do JTPA programs anymore?
No.
I don't know
We
if they
used to
have
write
that
it
anymore,
down.
right?
What
Not
about
familiar
season
with the
workers?
program.
Yeah.
I know
We had it when I was in
it
high
for
school.
season workers as well.
It was all high school kids in the summer
Yeah.
with parks and
I think
streets.
the
and-
workforce might have something that's similar, but I haven't.
Well,
heard
if we struck the requirement to have the GED and high school diploma, then that would open it up to seniors who work half a day.
Yeah.
And then also telling them that they have a year to get it, that's just gonna elevate the education in our community with people going to obtain their GEDs. The cost is zero at the library. So I think
This
that's a
will-
win-win
Partnership
for the
is helping.
As
department.
long as they have that drive to say, hey, you know what, I'm given the opportunity.
Good luck.
Yeah,
Let
Deal with it all.
me prove that point. We hired somebody not too long ago, and then we had to let him go after 4 days. And the guy was working awesome. Well, he went to the library 2 weeks ago, and there's I didn't know anything about GEDs, but there's 4 sections: science, social
Math.
studies, history, or English and math. Well, he did 2 of them. He passed one of them. He was off a point, and the other one he needs work on. So he's already ready to go. And then he's been to class. He's taken 8 hours. He needs, I think, 4 more, 5 more, and then he's ready. So the incentive is there. Like, he knows he's on the cusp of getting a job, a better job, and so it proves our point, I think.
Plus,
Yeah.
I think it will minimize the amount of seasonal workers that we'll try to get in order to complete projects. Because that's something that we look towards, trying to get seasonal workers at least to try to amp up the amount of work that we're able to do during certain times of the year. Going back to as far as like how many workers, and correct me if I'm wrong, I was under the impression that with the position of the director's assistant, we had given that one up to try and get 3 additional worker ones.
I was
Not
thinking
just
about
one.
that as
Yes,
we were talking, like, what's the pay on that one? If you're not gonna use a assistant director, then.
He did advise me that that's where the direction he wanted to go, and I said, okay.
Mhm.
But, I mean, we really need to take a look at what's budgeted again. He's never
Yeah.
mentioned anything to me that they're hurting for people.
Eddie's old
Maybe it's
school,
because he's
though.
the kind of person that doesn't mention those things.
Yeah, Eddie's old school.
Okay.
I mean, we'd have to look and see what's budgeted, et cetera, so I think it's
Let-
important to keep that.
Let me bring
conversation.
us back
Yeah.
to the point. We're here to talk about the job descriptions.
Oh.
So we can add this on as a discussion item if you guys like, just ask Gio.
I could invite him to come.
Yeah, would you like that? Yes, okay, can you add it as a discussion item, but we need to look at the job descriptions. Councilmember Stevens?
So as you're thinking about a discussion in the future, so we can get back on point on the agenda. I am concerned we have a bigger issue about turnover. And to me, this fits into the job description discussion. What's the appropriate job discussion? You've got a great sense about what's going on, where people are, how to work all that, because you're in the middle of it every day. All of y'all are, and I just think turnover is one of the things impacting us, and our job descriptions are impacting getting people on board. So we have a very high turnover. I bet our turnover is 30% a year.
That's not good.
And with 100 employees, if we're losing 30 employees every year, that means we're bringing people on, getting them trained, and they're walking out the door. And it takes on average, gets 6 months up to speed before they're really productive.
Yes.
So I think the discussion ought to be a broader discussion of what's turnover. And is our position description impacting it one way or the other? I don't know what the answer is, but I think you all have a good sense of that, and it's probably worthwhile to have that discussion. So to me,
So we
if
can
do
roll
that,
it into that.
you can roll
Yeah.
that, I think that'd be very.
Okay, thank you. You add that on, Gio?
I added, yes, a discussion item for October 21st.
Okay,
So Eddie can be here.
okay.
Can we-
And then do we need to amend this?
Yes, we do.
We
You need to amend it
Then
because
go ahead and make-
Eddie has in there that they have to have a high school diploma or GED.
So
So
then
if
I'll
you want to
make
make
the
an
motion.
amendment, yeah, make a motion.
Vicky wants to say something.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We currently have 9.5 positions.
Okay.
So-
Thank you.
You just need to-
Good to know. Thank you.
So Mayor, on that, I would like to see, because I know before when I was on council that we had added giving the employees and I can't remember the amount of money per an incentive every time they got certified or something like that, and that got taken away. I think to me that is very important to also keep employees.
You had brought that up to us, if I don't remember, but it was in the handbook, right, Jim?
That'd be,
So when we get a new city manager, we're gonna discuss that and get that addressed.
That's correct.
okay,
Thank you.
okay. All right, so we need a amendment to the motion.
So I move to make the amendment to, or service worker 1. To exclude the GED for first year of employment. Or high school diploma.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, any discussion on that? Let's vote on the amendment.
Aye.
Aye.
City Secretary Council voted to amend the public work job descriptions to exclude having to have a GED or a high school diploma. Them obtaining it within a year.
Within a year. yeah.
Within a year,
What they decided for utilities, so we'll just make it across the board.
yeah.
There's no discrimination or anything.
Okay, and we need to dispose of the original motion as amended,
Aye.
Aye.
and we disposed of the original motion as amended. Okay, thank
You're
you
right, yes.
for your candor. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. It was
Yeah.
nice to meet you, Mary.
Yeah, worker 1.
Nice to meet you.
We think we-
That's QDOT.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, so we are at action item F. City manager,
Thank you, Mayor. Item F is to approve public utilities, water and wastewater job description.
okay, I need a motion.
Approve the wastewater and water job descriptions with the amendment that the utility technician 1 and the wastewater operator 1 have the GED requirement for the first year.
At high school diploma.
High school diploma.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I need a second.
That's right.
Any discussion? Okay, let's vote on that amendment.
Aye. Well, that was the motion.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
that was the
It
motion.
doesn't need
No
to be, it's
discussion.
already edited.
Yeah, that's true. He already edited it.
Are they on?
No, it's Michael amended his. Mike amended his.
Wastewater 1 and utility technician
Another
1 are
wastewater
both already
operator
edited.
1 too, that's okay.
Yeah, he had already put it in there.
Both been edited. It says GED high school diploma required within 1 year of hire. Class D wastewater or water collection license from TCEQ within 1 year of employment is required.
So the motion I should have said was as presented.
Okay, so go ahead. You move. So that's what it is. He moves to approve them as presented.
That's correct.
Okay, I need a second to that.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that? Let's vote.
Aye.
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 City manager, council voted unanimously to approve public utilities job descriptions as written. Okay, great, thank you. All right, moving on to action item G, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item D is approved the Gibson, Reddick, Patterson LLC letter of engagement for the fiscal year 2024 to 2025 annual plan.
I need a motion.
We approve the Gibson letter kind of analysis letter of engagement for fiscal year 2022.
I second.
Okay, and Eva seconded. I need any discussion. City manager, will you start us out?
Sure. So this would be just approving the letter of engagement, which would allow our auditor to begin work on that audit. As you know, we are barely going to begin the 23-24 audit. And so right after that, we're going to do the 24-25, and our finance director, Victoria Fernandez, is available as well. If you have any questions for her.
Anybody have questions for Victoria? Okay. All right, so any questions at all?
No.
Just a statement, thank you again
Mhm.
for everything, despite everything that you had going on, sticking with it and sticking through all of it, thank you so much.
Any,
No, thank you so much.
Councilmember Stevens? All right, let's vote on this, on approving the Gibson Reddick Patterson letter of engagement.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
City manager, council voted unanimously to approve the Gibson Reddick Patterson letter of engagement for fiscal year 2024-2025 city audit. Okay, and so we're gonna move into executive reports, 6 minutes on the clock, with the ability to go 4 more minutes if needed. So for the city manager report, when we get there, per Toma, you can ask questions about any of the items that he has listed under his name. So for me, what I wanted to mention is, so the city manager, who's Geo at this time, the judge and the mayor, we've been meeting for a long time, since 2022, once a month for breakfast. And we talk about ways that we can help each other, the county and the city, and what we can do together. So Geo and I met with him yesterday on Monday. And we have been looking for help with our incinerator at Animal Services because we need to update it. The judge is going to bring this to the commissioners. He has proposed offering us $50,000. I believe the quote was for about $102,000. So the county is willing to chip in $50,000 for the city to allow the county to also bring animals in. Also, when we met as a joint commission counselor meeting, and we're gonna have another one in 6 months. We talked with the judge about that, and he thought that that was an appropriate time instead of 3 months, because he thinks that it'll take us a little while to get traction, to actually have anything to talk about. So we have been designated as the dark sky capital of Texas. The judge is going to look into trademarking that for us. In the meantime, we will need a new city seal, so Geo is going to ask Chris Ruggia if he can mock up some city seals for us to look at and approve. Okay, also, the judge discussed the area of the firehouse. Councilmember Ruckus brought this to us a long time ago about the firehouse, and we have agreed to allow the fire department to have this, and the county's helping us. They've been cleaning. So the yard is fairly clean, but there's a lot of junk, a lot of stuff, a lot of metal, a lot of debris. So the judge's proposal on that was for things that can be salvaged, that we open it up for a salvage company to come in and take it away, because it will cost us money to take it to our landfill. Geo's going to put together a resolution for council to look at in regard to that. Geo, when is that coming forth? Do you know?
No, I actually plan on getting some pictures, trying to get some pictures of
Okay.
the said junk or debris.
Mhm.
So I could use that as an exhibit.
Okay.
first. So I was gonna get that.
Okay, so that'll be coming forward, council. And then, as y'all know, we discussed economic development. The judge has a proposal for the economic development. You know, we have a position for economic development that we've been holding off on at this time. The judge also has a pot of money that he himself, without his commissioners, can designate for economic development. So with that, he had 200,000, was it 200, Gio, 200,000? Or was it 4?
I can't recall the exact figure.
I think you mentioned,
Yeah, 200,000 or up to 400,000 that he can contribute. And then we can contribute a portion and hire one economic development person to work for the city of Alpine and Brewster County. For the city county, so pull our funds together. His thoughts there is that he would like to, prior to that person coming on board, is get a board together of business owners, business representatives. That's his initial thought, with some city representatives, people from the city, people from the county, to sit and talk and hash out, where do we want to go with economic development? Where do we want to go as a city? Are we going to focus on tourism? Are we going to focus on bringing in a certain type of business, a certain type of industry, and have these individuals who have started businesses, run businesses, had to make payroll, stuff like that, make these decisions so that they can give direction to the person that we eventually end up hiring. And he was thinking of calling it the Big Bend Regional Economic Development Corporation. And we had a leadership huddle last night. That's where the county judge, the city manager, myself, the president of Sewell Ross, the superintendent of AISD, all come together, along with Big Bend Telephone CEO Rusty Moore, because he's instrumental in providing this community with fiber. And then also one of our most active nonprofits, Alpine Community Projects, who helped get the childcare going, who's going to have a conversation in November on elder care, nursing home and in-home care, what we can do with that. They're the ones that brought us 13 Ways to Kill Your Community back last spring. And they're going to have an economic development seminar coming this spring. We all meet and we discuss items. One of the things that we really need to have on our radar is Emergent's contract ends in May, and they are not renewing. The judge said they're not going to leave us high and dry just suddenly on May 31st, but we really have to start thinking. We're going to need to start having town halls. We're all going to need to participate and talk with the community about what do we want? What are we going to do? Because there's not really anybody else that wants to come in and do ground, because it loses so much money. And so that means we're going to have to take it in-house. We're going to have more of a discussion on this, I think, at the next city council meeting. Did you put that on the agenda? And I asked the judge to be here so that we can discuss it. He has all the numbers. He said that just for an ambulance, it's $500,000. There are funds out there that he's aware of. And then we're going to at least need 2 paramedics and 2 EMTs on staff at all time. We're going to need a chief, equipment. I mean, we're looking at possibly $1.5 million or more. And so that's something that we need to start to get on our radar. So we'll have more of a discussion on the next council meeting. That's it. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So we do continue getting all of the job descriptions updated. The next batch that I'm planning to move forward with the gas department. And as far as the streets, as you heard earlier today, the loader and the zipper have been delivered. So I have been in contact with Judge Hennington, just letting him know, and I did speak with our Director of Public Works today just to get all of the updates that he had for the department. And he mentioned that he would be reaching out to the road and bridge supervisor to schedule the work for Country Club Estates. We expect that to start in the next 2 to 3 weeks, likely 2 weeks. Other than that, the Parks Department, Pueblo Nuevo, that new sign for the grant has been installed. And then we are also preparing to install a new scoreboard that we ordered earlier this year for the international field. Following that project, the Parks Department will continue draining the pool and begin patching work as part of the leak detection study, which I'll have a little bit more information on. So as far as the leak detection testing at the pool, it was completed this past weekend, and the areas containing leaks have been marked. The pool is gonna be drained and staff plans to apply epoxy patches as recommended by the vendor who conducted the study. The vendor confirmed this work can be completed in-house at a significantly lower cost. The leak detection test itself cost approximately $6,000, and outsourcing the patching would add at least that amount. But again, they did recommend a product for us to be able to do it in-house, and it actually is comparable to what we've already done. So once patching is complete on the pool, the next priority will be to secure the pump. Additionally, tonight you all did approve the recreation coordinator job description, so we're going to actively try to hire that position. And we have a lot of work on updating pool regulations, policy, procedures, and establishing an emergency action plan for the next. As far as water and wastewater, I met with Mike today and he advised me that staff recently repaired a water line leak on Deer Run Trail. The line contained 20 clamps, highlighting a historical pattern of temporary fixes rather than replacement. So moving forward, the department is going to prioritize line replacement to address such critical infrastructure needs. While we do recognize that this does take more time to address the issues, we feel that this is appropriate approach to find a more permanent and efficient solution to these water leaks that occur. So the director of utilities also reported that sidewalks are being installed at the East Tank and Mooskies, which will improve safe and compliant chlorine delivery, something that we need to do for compliance reasons. And we are currently obtaining 3 quotes for the Mooskies booster replacement. The Mooskies system has been leaking for several years, and patching is definitely not a viable option at this point. So we're gonna evaluate the best long-term solution to fully address that issue. I spoke with the director of building services, and she advised that the department is issuing grease trap compliance letters and continuing enforcement of high weeds and related code violations. Several new residential projects are underway, including homes on Loop Road and North 4th Street. Of course, the development of Skyway Gardens is also progressing rapidly. In addition, renovation plans for the Old Crystal Bar are expected to be submitted soon. So she's looking forward to receiving those. And we have updates to the building services fee schedule that are currently being finalized and revised. And we anticipate those to be available for council consideration on October 21st. And on that note, going back to water and wastewater, I think after tonight's workshop, it's a perfect time to move forward that fee schedule as well. I'm very glad that I decided to push those off this year a little later, because I think it's a perfect time for council to consider updates to the fee schedule for water too. And we're going to continue working on getting all the department fee schedules put forward for council consideration. Other than that, you did hear from our utility billing supervisor, our customer service supervisor, Carmen Rodriguez, earlier today. We had some delays with going live on the software, but we do anticipate that we'll be able to go live with that new billing software soon. Also, the credit card machines are pending delivery, and once installed, we'll be able to accept credit card payments for utilities here at City and online. That's all I have for today. Do you have any questions?
Gio, going back to water.
Yes.
At our huddle last night, Rusty Moore said that Senator Perry's bill possibly has some funding for communities like us. Are you still planning to task Isadora with looking into
I
that?
already did earlier today. I asked her to look into that.
Okay, great. Okay. All right. Councilmember Portillo,
No question. No comments.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. The Family Crisis Center will organize the Susuber Memorial Walk and Vigil to honor victims and survivors of domestic violence in October 21st. So that will be our next meeting. So, but they want to invite the community to walk from Soros Library Circle, walking to the Brewster County. Because October is the Domestic Violence Awareness Month. So
Okay.
everybody's.
Did you have any questions for Gio?
Oh, no.
Court. That's okay. You're ahead of schedule.
I didn't want
She's
it.
anxious.
I didn't want it to forget that.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna have to have a motion
Well,
here in a minute.
no, Gio, thank you. You're doing a wonderful job. You should stay as a city manager,
Oh, thank
but you don't listen to me.
Appreciate that. I appreciate it.
I work with you.
Councilmember Lucas. Councilmember Escobedo, anything for Gio?
And then for Gio, I did have a comment to tell you that I had some people asking about workshops. So it was interesting that you brought that up, because I do think that we do need to bring some up. They asked me when I would be doing one, and I said, well, let me talk with y'all and see, but you're right on target with economic development and stuff.
Good. Okay. Councilmember Stevens?
So when do we think we'll know if we really found the water leak in the
Well, so the company came and they did the test and they marked in the pool where we're gonna need to patch it. So to my understanding, the public works director advised me that we're gonna go in and put the epoxy on it, they ordered the resin and they're gonna. I'm not sure.
Okay, so is there, the reason I'm asking, just trying to think ahead what the schedule's gonna be for that. So we're ahead of the game for next swimming season. My perspective is we're gonna fail in this process.
Fail in the preventing the pool.
And so we're gonna continue to look for leaks, because if we look at the age of our pool.
Yeah.
It's a plaster concrete pool. That'll be round one, we're gonna fill it, we're gonna leak, and round two, we're gonna fill it, we're gonna leak. I'm just looking at the bigger picture.
I can certainly ask him. I was honestly surprised. I thought it was gonna be a lot more in depth and a lot more costly personally, from what I had heard from the previous vendor who conducted the initial inspection.
Yeah.
So I was surprised when he reported that to me today. I mean, I can certainly ask him to see if there's any other options.
Well, on the pool, I was there when Donnie and I and David went over and they had to clean it out. There was quite a bit of water still in it, but it had to be clean for this company to come in and get in the water to do their tests. And supposedly it was pretty, it's one big test that they were doing and that they would find every little crack. So that's what I was under the impression.
Yeah,
But I think I know where you're going with this.
Did we get it all?
I mean,
Should we fill it and test it?
that's where I'm going.
I can
Yeah.
ask and see if they provided a report, and get y'all the report. Again, that's just what I was advised today, so, and I was surprised because I was expecting we were gonna have to spend a lot to fix this.
I just don't wanna get to opening next, when do we open up?
May.
Memorial Day?
Yes,
May.
starts
Open
leaking.
up, And then it's gonna be, oh crud, we're still leaking water. That's my concern.
So we should test it beforehand, I would think.
It's still summer.
Can you get us that report, Gio?
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, I'd love for it to work. I mean, that's pretty cheap. I just. Surprised.
Yeah.
okay. All right. Anything else, council? All right, let's move to council member comments. Councilmember Stevens, make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we. Myself, past 9 o'clock.
I need a second. I wrote that down, see. I need a second.
Sure.
Okay, discussion on continuing past 9. Okay, let's vote.
Aye.
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 City Secretary, council voted unanimously to continue past 9 o'clock this evening.
That's the end of my comments.
Okay. Councilmember Escobedo,
None, I'm exhausted.
Councilmember Lucas. Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I already did it. I'm tired.
Oh, that's right.
I'm
Okay.
ready.
Zuzu Memorial Walk on October
31st.
31st,
21st.
21st. Okay. Councilmember Portillo.
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So that's gonna move us into. Okay, so this brings us to number 14. No, number 15, executive session pursuant to chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. The city council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting for any posted agenda item or receive advice from an attorney as permitted by law. Tonight, the city council will recess into executive session pursuant to section 551.071 and 551.074. Consultation with attorney and personnel matters. May I get a motion? May I get a second?
Second.
Discussion? Let's vote. City Secretary, council voted unanimously to move into executive session at 8:44 PM. Okay, may I have a motion to move back into open session?
We move back.
I say,
And I need a second. Any discussion?
no,
Let's vote.
Aye.
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 City Secretary Council votes unanimously to move back into open session at 10:06 PM. Okay, now action after executive session. Do I hear a motion?
Mayor, I move that the city council offer Edgar Garcia the city manager position with an annual salary of $120,000 per year.
Okay, I need a
Second.
second. Okay, any discussion?
No.
Okay, let's vote on offering Edgar Garcia
Aye.
the city manager position with a salary of 120,000.
Aye.
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 Okay, City Secretary Council voted unanimously to offer Edgar Garcia the city manager position with a salary of $120,000. Okay, and with that, we will adjourn at 10:07 PM.
Yay.
Yeah, I think that was the latest.
I know.